Chance Oliver.
Check the back.
Chance Oliver.
All right, come here. Check the back.
Chance Oliver.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the
Chance
back.
is in the chat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Sorry, was I messing with you?
Nope.
Okay.
No, you're just, it's okay. Josh and John and Nick are all here.
Hey, John. Hello.
Howdy, friends. How are you?
Fantastic.
Were you trying to say folks and friends at the same time?
Well, yeah, but there was like a little feedback that came back to me and it just messed me up. So
John's got Dolph Lundgren hair right now. Nice.
Yeah, I just took a shower and I haven't done my hair yet. So
you've got such good hair. Great hair, John.
Yeah, look at
I don't want to put anything in the hair because I'm wearing my goofy, toy headphones.
Great.
Do you sometimes put stuff in the hair?
I always do. I have to. Otherwise it dangles like this and it looks stupid.
He looks like an emo boy.
Man.
Are you a pomade guy? Or are you Dapper Dan man?
I'm a regular Jimmy Johnson when it comes to hairspray.
Dang, I need some of that.
Well, you don't have hair.
Well, I need hair. That's what I'm saying. I need some of that hair.
You're done with the hair.
I know, but I want it
the
back.
hair is done.
I want it back.
I'm gonna go.
But by the way, and sometimes I miss this, Connor, when I'm at the games because I'm doing other things and I'm not looking at the big screen. Did they pull the who I look like Yukon Cornelius on you on the big screen on Tuesday? Yeah.
No, that was it was before Christmas. It was the Villanova.
Oh, the Villanova game. Okay. Yeah, I saw your tweet.
So I think I was down underneath something and they were like they're telling me in my ear and I could barely hear a little bit, but all I heard out of it was find a camera. And I'm like, what am I going to have to do? They're like, find a camera. And then they put the thing up on the screen, how they're going through the lookalikes. Mm-hmm. And I realized what was going to happen almost immediately.
Oh, no.
So, yep, that was good. That was good. And I do look like Yukon Cornelius. It's okay.
Hey,
there are worse people to look like.
Yeah.
There are worse fictional characters to look like.
There are worse.
Ooh, who's the worst
non-fictional characters to look like too?
Well,
can you imagine if they would have done that scoreboard gimmick back when Michael Jordan was in his very problematic mustache phase?
Oh man, that
it was
awesome.
A Charlie Chaplin mustache, guys.
That's the under. In some ways, that's a really funny protest. That's a really funny protest in some ways because Mr. H would have hated that.
Oh, he would have. Yeah,
there was stolen me mustache.
Why would he have hated being compared to the greatest basketball player of all time? What on earth? What characteristics does Michael Jordan possess that would possibly want Mr. H not to want to be him?
his haircut. He didn't like his haircut.
He was bald.
Yep. He was like you. Connor
Do you
Happer, Michael Jordan handshake meme.
Do you suppose that Mr. H, if he were still alive, allegedly, during the peak of the I Like Mike or Be Like Mike Gatorade commercial campaign, can you imagine how triggered he would have been?
Oh,
I believe that he is me. Whatever the song was.
If I could be like Mike.
And they're showing, all the kids are doing the flippy layups and everything. And Michael's laughing and he's dribbling. And then they cut to a picture of Mr. H and he's just standing underneath one of the goals with his arms crossed going, no.
This really could be a funny commercial
what
to
a
make,
bit.
to edit this stuff together. That would be really funny.
I'm sure you could. It wouldn't be that hard. Just get one.
Him speaking. If I could be like Mike.
Superimpose him in there. And there you
Michael
go.
Jordan in the Hanes commercial where he was on the airplane with the mustache. Great times. I say the Hanes commercial on the airplane. I think that's what it was.
Did PR people just not exist back then? Nobody told them that's a bad idea?
Here was the thought, Nick. The thought that a lot of people had was he doesn't care. He's Michael Jordan. I think he like lost a fantasy football bet. And they were like, I bet you won't have that mustache. And he's like, yeah, I will. And then he did it. He's Michael Jordan. Nobody cared.
You think there was
that would be one hell of a punishment for fantasy football if you finish in last places. You have to shave your mustache like Mr. H.
I think he did it on purpose to see if he could.
Really?
That was
what a theory.
I think the barber just made a mistake and then he stuck with it.
Such a specific mustache.
You think he had that kind of humor about things?
Yeah, Michael Jordan has humor.
Yeah.
Have you never watched the documentary?
No, I haven't.
It's definitely his move to be like, nobody could get away with this except
for me.
That would be a Michael Jordan move, but I never really thought about that until now.
Yeah, I think that's what he did. That's my theory.
By the way, I just Googled Michael Jordan mustache, and literally the first thing that comes up is a Reddit thread called the Michael Jordan Hitler mustache.
There you go. Exactly.
So, thank you, Reddit.
That stash. I mean, it's not even... Wow. If you go to the images, the second photo, he's lifting his arm up.
He is.
Now, it's not... Thankfully, it's not at an angle, and I'm not going to do the angle because then someone could take a screenshot.
Because you already did it at your wedding, we know.
You don't want to look like a German.
I'm sorry, we did it. We did it at his wedding.
Yeah, I didn't do it, John. I didn't do it.
But we had to. It was very, very awkward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can't believe that.
I still remember looking over because I was next to Stibbs and I think Kugler was over on that side, and we're all looking at each other like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Hey, speaking of, Kevin joins us in a little bit.
Kevin?
Mm-hmm.
Kugler.
Indeed.
Wow. Where's he located this weekend?
He is at the Bears-Packers game, which has a lot at stake.
Not really.
No, it has very little.
Well, I mean, the Packers they could still get the 6th seed.
They could. They need some help.
Yeah.
By the way, I haven't found the exact picture you were describing, Josh, but for those of you in the stream who are not familiar,
there it is. Look at that.
So the bottom of he's got that soul patch situation. Do you think that was kind of his way of plausible deniability?
What do you mean? I have this thing.
Yeah, it's like, it's no, because he didn't have this.
Wow. He was a soul patch guy
yes.
for a while.
Yes.
Like
I was a soul patch guy for a while.
What?
College.
What in the world?
That's all I could grow. I couldn't grow a beard yet.
By the way,
why did just not grow anything?
Because I wanted facial hair.
Wow.
Are there two things that contradict each other more in facial hair than the Mr. H stash with the soul patch? I mean, it's like they're fighting each other, you know?
It is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What a person. What a person.
I can't believe that. Yeah. I forgot all about that.
And it was in a commercial.
It was in a commercial.
It was in a commercial. It's there forever.
After commercials.
Can't believe anyone at Haynes just didn't say, Mike, could you just do something about that?
Unless they're like, yo, Michael, that's a great idea. We support everything about this.
He might have those types of people. We call them yes men. He might have had some yes men in his life.
I would imagine.
Haynes is a purveyor of tidy whities. So
nice,
John.
Well
Incredible.
played,
all right, Nick, time to grow back the soul patch then.
I think I'm over the soul patch. I don't think
You're
I want to
out
do
of
that
the
again.
soul patch phase.
I did that for a very short few months, and then I was good.
Sad.
You even realized in the moment how bad it was.
It just looked bad. I couldn't grow enough facial hair, so it never looked good.
Mm-hmm.
But it was the first time.
Some
I could have
people say that
facial
about
hair.
other things, and like mustaches and beards.
I like his mustache.
The mustache works for me. I like the mustache better than the beard did.
So,
topic alert. Seems like.
so you said works for me.
Mm.
Isn't that everyone else's choice of whether it works for you or
Oh,
not?
interesting.
Well,
So the question
sure, it
shouldn't
can
be, do I like the beard? It's do other people like the beard on me?
Right.
But I've also heard I've gotten many compliments on the mustache. Many people say you look good with the mustache. It suits you.
Okay. That's other people. Yes, other people are saying
But also it's my face.
It is his face. His face
you
is
can
choice.
do yes, you of course have the ability
Nice.
to do whatever you'd like.
Yeah.
But it working for you is not
It works for me.
is not your choice. That is other people's
It is
choice.
other people's choices.
It
That's
works
true.
for me better than the beard.
That is inarguable.
The beard looked good when I had just gotten it cut. And
Yeah,
trimmed,
but then it
I
just kept
couldn't maintain it.
growing and growing and growing.
Maintaining it
and
was too much
growing
work, and I wasn't willing to put in that work.
And growing.
Nick, would you consider a Fu Manchu?
I feel like that's appropriation.
Of what?
Is that true?
Of what? Of Hulk Hogan?
That's not a full Manchu. That's a handlebar mustache.
No. Hulk Hogan had a Fu Manchu.
Yeah, right here. This guy?
Yeah,
See,
yeah.
when
the
I
Fu
think of-
Manchu.
When I think
The
of Fu
upside down
Manchu, I
U.
think of like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Like,
Oh, interesting.
Well, I mean, in the classic sense, but yeah, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you do the upside down U mustache,
that would be okay.
That's the Fu Manchu. That's considered a Fu Manchu.
Mm-hmm. Happer, your thoughts?
I don't have any.
Okay. Probably for the best. Probably for the best.
Well, when I shave my beard once every several years.
Been
at
a
this point.
while.
It's now been, I've worked here for 3 years now.
Yeah.
It's now been 3 years.
Also, can we talk about how you and Josh have struggled so much with what to call this? It's
hard.
It's not.
It's very difficult.
When your daughter turns 3, you're not like, is she now 4? No,
but
but
it's her 4th year.
But no one says that.
3 is 4.
No.
Brown is yellow.
No one
feel like
says that
it's-
I am living my 37th year now. I'm
No.
36.
But it doesn't give us enough credit for completing the 3 years. It's not like we're going into our 3rd year.
No.
We did 3 years already.
Yes,
now
that's why
we're
it's your-
on to our 4th.
It's your 3rd birthday.
It's really
It's your
we should
3-year anniversary.
We should celebrate the fact that it is the 4th year that we'll go through.
Yeah,
this
you talk
together.
trash.
This
You're like,
isn't-
take that, chicken Nick.
This isn't
Longer than you.
You didn't even get a 6-month cake, though.
That's
No, I
true.
didn't. No, we didn't.
This isn't a coaching tenure. We don't have to say, well, he's been here for 14 years, but it's his 15th year. No, we don't have to do that. We do
I
that for
think we
coaching tenures. We don't do that for birthdays.
It just 4 feels a lot better than 3, and I feel like it's more representative of my time here
Yeah.
to say
Oh,
that
so-
I've been
so-
here longer.
Wait a minute. So are you giving your daughter an age participation trophy?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
So you say she's living her first year right
she's
now?
going on her 6th month.
Yeah, no, she's 5 months old.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Mike Thompson. Happy New Year, boys.
Oh,
You didn't hit us with
Mike.
the
Buddy.
Oh, boss, how you doing, Mike?
Buddy.
Happy New Year, buddy.
Oh,
You know,
Mike,
the
those
NFL
will suck,
playoffs.
bro.
The NFL playoffs just won't be the NFL playoffs without that. I think it was the Verizon commercial where he played one of the extras that was running into the store.
Mhm.
Yep.
And that
Used to be
played
on
like
TV.
all postseason. It's not going to be the same without you. I hope. Tell us what new commercials you're in so we can find out.
Yeah,
Mhm.
please. Well, we've seen one recently.
Well, kind of.
What was he doing? What was he doing?
No, remember that was
Was
an
he in the
event.
sequel to the Michael Jordan Haynes commercial?
You or I were at an event.
Okay.
And yeah,
Yes.
we saw behind the scenes footage.
Gotcha.
Sorry, it was T-Mobile, not Verizon. Got to get
Yeah,
the cell
come
phone
on,
company
John.
right.
Come on,
I
John.
mean, that's
What do you-
my cell phone. That's my company, so I got to
Yeah,
be.
there you go. T-Mobile Tuesdays, John. It's coming up very, very shortly.
That's right. T-Mobile
Coming up very, very
Tuesdays.
shortly.
Baseball.
By the way, not to get too sportsy in the crossover, but have you seen the huge Nebraska tight end news that has come down over the last couple of hours?
No.
Carter Nelson had hip surgery.
Oh yeah, he
Whoa.
took a picture where he was on drugs. Carter
Yeah.
8564.
Carter numbers on Twitter. It is
Now
still
which now which drugs? Because now isn't it legal? Have we officially gone legal with the medical marijuana?
Oh, it was all very legal.
I don't think you take medical marijuana before hip surgery, John.
Clearly after
Yeah, that's
hip
a
surgery.
recovery thing.
Yeah, he probably got the crazy stuff. What do you get when you have a hip surgery? I mean, they're pumping you full of something.
Oh yeah, he looked like he was barely awake.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was
Sleepy.
strong enough to give a limp peace sign, a limp
There you go.
deuce, as
Yeah.
they say.
Is that what they call that? A limp deuce?
Limp deuce, yeah.
I've never heard of this.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't like that.
Yeah, Nick, you want to give
Yeah.
the folks limp deuce?
I'm gonna put Limp Deuce on the band name list.
No,
though.
I don't think you can. It's already an
No,
expression.
It's a spin-off of Limp
There's
Bizkit.
it
Well,
can't be.
Motley Crue is an expression, and they use
Yeah, I
that
think
as
a lot of
What
band
does
names
Motley
are
Crue
expression.
mean? What does Motley Crue mean?
Steely Dan is a torture device.
Is it really?
Yes.
I never got into
What?
Steely Dan.
Really, I don't know what's a Steely
What?
Dan.
Whoa, what is that, Nick? That's new to me. What, Nick?
I might be confusing Steely Dan with another thing. I thought Steely Dan was.
Wait a minute. I think you're confusing it with Iron Maiden. That's a torture device. Iron Maiden is a torture device and a
Very
band.
different bands.
I know Iron Maiden is, but I thought it was like a medieval thing called Steely Dan.
Stibbs writes, I just took a limp deuce.
Also, what is this drop?
Yeah, Mike Thompson just shared a Dropbox link inside of the StreamYard.
I don't know if we should.
I can't
that.
click it. It would
We
just
have
show
to
it.
copy and paste.
I don't even know how to copy it. Yeah.
Oh,
you
it
have to- you have to take-
appears to be a link to a commercial.
Yes, I think that might be the one that we
Yes.
saw.
Yeah, okay.
The one that we saw at a gathering.
Again.
What is it for?
Steely Dan is not a torture device.
Awesome.
It's a phallus-shaped object.
Nick, when you speak
What?
confidently
Yep.
and are wrong, it is among my favorite things. I really enjoy it.
Device.
Look up the origin behind the band name Steely Dan.
I don't
It's not, but it's not a torture device.
I mean, I guess it depends on who you are.
who is it?
Could be.
What's it about?
It's a steam-powered bedroom toy.
All right.
Yes.
a steam
Wait
powered.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you kidding me?
No.
A Steely Dan. I like Steely Dan.
I do
It's from a
too.
book.
Are you reeling in the years?
Oh, is that Steely Dan?
Yeah.
I know that
Yeah.
song.
Great song.
Look at that.
You got it.
Music
you know,
boy.
You know music, Josh.
Look at me. I'm singing songs, John. It's new me, new year, 2025. John doesn't care.
Okay.
I don't know
Oh, no,
what
I'm
He's looking at
trying
what
to.
a Steely Dan is.
I am. I'm
Nice.
looking it up. Hang on.
Is that
I
the
just
device
saw.
from Seven?
No.
He put it on me. Is it that device? You know that scene? Have you seen Seven, Happer?
No.
What?
No.
What's in the box?
No.
What, Happer? It's
I've
such a good movie.
I've heard that line said before.
You should watch Seven.
Wait.
You should do that tonight. Oh, the
No.
Creighton game, famously at 8:00 tonight.
I do forget that.
That was awesome.
Yes.
So are you going to miss it now because you'll be driving to Omaha? You'll be fine? Okay.
I have from AmericanSongwriter.com.
Okay. That's a website.
Fans of the Beat Writers, Fagan and Becker, named their band after a, quote, revolutionary steam-powered dildo noted in Naked Lunch.
What?
The dildo, named Steely Dan 3 from Yokohama, is a steam-powered strap-on worn by one of the book's characters during a
Not-
very sexually explicit scene in the book.
John almost
Well,
got muted by Nick.
We
John did.
already
You
passed.
muted him?
I dumped that.
For what word?
I don't know if we
Dildo?
can say
Powered?
We went over
Steam
our
powered?
limit for the D word already in 2025. You get one a year, and John did it in 2 sentences.
John said dildo twice.
Josh Otson even says,
3.
not sure we can say a lot of those
You
words.
can say that word. It's not a cuss word. It's a thing.
I don't like
No,
to hear it.
it's a
cuss
We
thing.
had a
can't
listener
say.
that Stibbs called Josh's dildo for years. He called him that on the
We're
air.
so over. We're done.
You're allowed to do whatever you want these days. It's
Yeah,
2025
You're
now.
allowed to do it, but if you're driving down the street, do you want to hear these people talking
Kids
about
aren't
the
out
D
of
word?
school yet at 2:10.
It's not
they're-
about the kids.
Well,
Has this school even started again?
exactly.
This
So
wouldn't have started if Nick wouldn't have called Steely Dan a torture device.
That's
That's
true.
true.
This is Nick's fault.
Yeah, I blame you.
It's on
Nick.
me.
Yep.
If there's
And
a, if
depending, I mean, the fact that this thing is steam powered, it may have been a torture device.
That's what I said earlier, though. You didn't have to dig deeper. You could have just believed me.
if there's a fine, Nick's paying.
Hmm.
Sorry.
There is no fine. Listen, they let Janet Jackson get away with one on Super Bowl telecast. Don't tell me about this. This is
Yeah.
ridiculous.
I'm
It's
just
20
disappointed that he didn't go.
2025 and Trump's about to go into office. We're good.
I'm always watching Nick's hand and where it's going during the crossover.
Thompson just sent me a picture of him from the T-Mobile commercial.
Yeah.
Just running.
Yeah. Yep. Oh man, that was on every Sunday during
was.
NFL games.
It was,
for the
man. It
longest
was there.
time. Mhm.
It was there.
Mm-hmm.
Steam-powered marital aid from now on, says Hudson.
Oh, there you go. I guess he is the director of audio, so he's kind
Well,
of our boss.
that implies that this is only used for people who are married. That's not true.
Excellent point, Nick.
That is.
Stay woke.
So a premarital thing? That's a sin.
No, well,
No,
everything-
it could be either or.
Full question is everything.
Everything is.
What the hell is this? Why do we always?
Hot stove is on.
Hot stove.
I'm just kidding.
You got so scared.
I hate.
No.
I hate the MLB Network in January.
Oh, it's great. They were talking about Tony Gwynn
Is
and
this
Cal
live?
Ripken.
Are the Rangers on live? Do we think there's a hockey game on January 3rd at 2:12?
Unlikely.
They're playing the Bruins. John, do you think this can't be live, right?
I wouldn't think so. Maybe they'll rerun the Bucks game from last night.
Spoiler alert, I know what happens. All right, well, let's see. There's an NFL game on.
John, did you go to the Bucks game last night?
No, could have though. Could have gotten in for $8 at halftime, but at halftime,
Why didn't you?
Well, but because the Nets were up like 20, and I'm like, and now it ended up being a good game. I mean, the Bucks came back and almost won, but
Came down to the last shot.
It
I
did.
went to Sports Center last night.
Why?
I don't know. I was working and it was on, and it just kept going.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's wild.
I know.
I haven't watched.
That's how I got caught up on all my Jimmy Butler news.
What's going on with him?
He's unhappy.
Well, yeah, I knew that.
He wants. He prefers to be traded.
Incredible.
I don't know if I get this reference.
Thomas the Tank Engine? Sir
Do you
Topham
remember,
Hatt?
do you remember the Thomas the Train? Sir
Yeah,
Topham Hatt was the
Yeah.
conductor, was the lead of the train depot.
Nice.
Chance says Sir Topham Hatt had a special job for Steely Dan.
Nice. That Husker fan said there's a bowl game at 3.
Yeah,
Is
it's
there
the,
this isn't the Mayo, right?
No, it's
No,
the
Mayo-
Was Steely Dan in Thomas the Tank Engine? Was he the train that was always going into the tunnel?
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay.
Nice.
What color was that? Steely.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm surprised that you were the one who brought it up, Happer. You're just continuing the Steely Dan train.
Well, people are doing it now.
They are. Oh, wow.
Oh, Chance.
Chance is incredible.
He
I love
really
you,
is.
Chance.
I'm just glad he's moved to a new version of jokes.
Uh-oh.
A different topic.
John, are you still there? Okay, John's
Yeah.
still there.
Yeah. What happened? Did something happen?
Because the StreamYard on the Wi-Fi's then just broke everywhere. So I'm happy that you're fine. The building Wi-Fi, I think, just got reset. So
Yeah.
we're fine.
Really?
Everything's
Okay.
okay. Yeah. For a second, it did. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Thank God.
Yeah, absolutely.
We wouldn't be able to talk about Steely Dan in the tunnel.
I know. Yeah. Who knows what we would do the rest of the show today?
Here we are. This is the first, I guess, of between the regulars and the crossover, our first crossover of the new year. And
Yeah.
dare I say, we might have a happy new year.
A listener
Certainly,
just asked.
certainly if you're using a Steely Dan, you've had a happy new year.
Brandon writes, is it too early for next Happy New Year?
Why do we
Never
always
too
claim this
early.
at 2:15? And we always end up going until 2:25 at least. We have another 10 minutes of
So
this
you're
crossover.
saying this is too early?
I'm just saying,
Too early to tell.
why jinx it? It's like I'm playing,
Have we ever jinxed it? Have we ever taken back a happy new year?
but I'm even par through 3. Like, why am I going to say that out loud?
Interesting.
I'm like, hey, I'm playing really good golf right now.
I guarantee you, back in his prime, when he was wearing his Sunday Reds, I guarantee you that Tiger Woods, after about the 12th hole, said, "Happy New Year."
The Ohio State Buckeyes in the second quarter the other day.
They were saying
Happy New Year.
Happy
but
New
that
Year.
was a runaway. It's too close to call.
Okay,
It's
interesting. Connor's
Well,
wife
that just-
just tweeted about John. We could read that
Oh.
tweet on the air.
Oh, I thought you were
Wait.
going to say.
Oh, I thought she was tweeting about Steely Dan.
Well, maybe she's behind on the YouTube.
Where's Connor's wife's tweet? Why
She-
didn't I
she-
get this?
Wow, did she block you? John Bishop looks like a hair commercial today on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Clapping emoji.
It's good hair.
Great hair.
everyone
John, I love
says
your
it.
hair.
Again, I haven't done it yet, so it's just going to dangle for the
You
show.
don't need to. That's how good it is.
Yeah, it's a great hair, John. Everyone loves it. Everyone's jealous of
It
your
just
hair.
it just flings around. It
is. It's
John, dude, yeah, dude. Look at that. John should go to an emo concert. Look at that,
Yeah.
just bang his hair
John, you
around.
can go to My Chemical Romance with me at Soldier Field.
Look at
in
how
August.
soft
I
it looks.
know.
It just looks like it's
Don't
just.
you just want to touch his hair?
No, you
Kinda.
don't.
I kind
just-
of do.
John, come to Omaha and let us touch your hair.
And there is not
I'll
a
be
hint.
back Monday.
There is not a hint of receding hairlines.
I know it's an amazing hairline.
Bald
The Great
spots.
Recession.
Is there,
Happy New Year
I
to
can't
John's
see.
hair,
I can't see. Is my ball?
dude. You're fine,
You got nothing.
John, you look great.
dude. He's in his 50s. He is totally good.
Well, listen. There were a lot of bad genetics that I got from my parents. The
Got
hair
the hair
wasn't.
though.
The hair wasn't
Does your
one.
dad have hair? I can't remember.
No, it's the
Well,
mom
he
side.
does,
Hair-
but he had a bald spot very early on. In fact,
Hair's
we
a
used,
maternal trait.
we used to sit in the back of the car
It's
when he was
true.
driving.
My grandpa's bald as a cue ball. Sorry, John. Didn't mean.
Yeah.
To
Well, anyway, Dad had a bald spot from his
see the
going
shining
back
sea.
as long as I can remember. And we used to, in the back seat of the car, my brother and I would see how close we could get to touching it without him acknowledging it.
Wow.
And then he'd get mad at us eventually. And
Understandable.
yeah.
Yeah, they always say that it's from the mom's side, but my grandpa's bald AF.
Well, my brother, who's
What
2
about your
years younger
grandma?
than me, is bald.
My grandma?
Yeah,
What
Well,
about her?
yeah, your mom's mom.
It's not about the mom, is it?
It's the mom's.
I mean,
It's
most
a
women
matriarchal
have
thing.
a lot of hair. Well,
Yeah, but
her
it's
hair.
All four of my grandparents
usually the
had
males
much
on the mom's side.
Many
right?
hair. Yeah, it's the male. Yeah, it's the male on the mom's side. Well, he died before I can remember, so I don't know.
He probably had hair.
I think he was thinning, very thin.
But my dad doesn't have great hair,
Yeah.
and I don't.
Yeah.
And but his dad did.
I'm starting to go gray. That's a thing on my mom's side.
I got some grays.
Both my mom and her sister went gray pretty early.
I don't mind. That doesn't stress me out. I'm not getting stressed
No,
out.
I
those
like the
things.
gray hair.
I'm not
Figure out
stressed
what
by
are
the
the
gray,
things
it's
that
just
I'm
what
going
it
to be
is.
like, oh, no, not this. Everything I'm just kind of fine with for now.
Probably when your legs break from
Okay,
running
don't
all.
say that. That's not genetics. That'd be a bummer if my legs broke. Was that
Yeah,
for a run? You
but
just broke-
imagine if it happened in the race and you made Sports Center the not top 10.
yeah, I'd be on SVP. You'd probably watch it. Coming up after Jimmy Butler, a man's legs exploded.
And then you could update your podcast to chasing 3 leg bones.
Well, yeah, I'd just be chasing a walking.
If it makes you feel any better, Josh, I will not watch if that happens because I famously don't like watching those types of injuries.
Oh,
So
thank you, John. I appreciate your
welcome.
support.
You're welcome.
Stib says gray is making me hotter.
I could see that.
I saw Stibbs recently, and he had
Is
some
he hotter?
grays. He's a good-looking man.
He is.
Sims has got better hair than I thought he had.
Wow.
I don't know what I thought, but maybe I just usually see him wearing a hat. And then I saw him like, man, he's got pretty good hair.
He does have
He
good
does.
He's a pretty good looking guy.
Mhm.
He is.
Stibs.
Wow, Sindelar. I'm becoming more handsome the grayer I become.
I agree with that.
But
for
look,
Sindelar,
they
just
too.
spelled
handsome.
gray differently. I'm a G-R-A-Y.
Oh, I'm an
guy.
EY.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm AY.
A-Y.
There was a very, very. Basically, it's a village next to where I grew up called Gray, Iowa, and they spelt it with an A.
Yeah,
I
so
always
you
just
spell it
like
that way?
I'm the only E-boy here.
Well, in Sindelar.
Oh, yeah. But here,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. In this room right now. Yeah,
Yes.
for sure.
or on this radio station right now.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
I always equated the EY with like fictional characters, like a Grey Wolf or something like that. Wasn't Theon's name Greyjoy spelled with an E?
It was. Nice reference, John. He's rewatching.
Well, I have been rewatching the show, so
Yeah, that's true.
I'm rewatching Better Call Saul very slowly.
Are you?
Yeah.
Nice.
Just finished off season 4 last night.
Oh,
Ooh.
awesome.
Heck of a season. Heck of a final
Was that the
episode.
house fire?
No, that's
Nope.
3.
Oh,
Yep.
well,
One season after that, there was
So how many seasons do you have left now?
2.
Is it the 2 half seasons or like
No, it's 5 and 6.
Because I can't
There's
remember.
23 episodes left still.
Okay.
There's a 10. There's a 10.
Yeah, 'cause they-
episode season and a
'cause didn't
13.
They
They
did
split-
split 5, yeah, in like
Yeah.
spring and fall or whatever.
Yeah.
So have you seen the episode where they're in the desert, or was that
Uh-huh.
4?
That was the end of 4.
Okay, because that was when I thought the show.
Oh, you're
started.
talking about when Saul has to go across the desert?
Yes.
Yeah, that was.
Is that 5?
I think that hasn't happened yet.
Okay, because that is like the show just kept getting better and better, and that was one of those. I was like, wow, this is. a
I
great
think
episode.
right now where I'm at, the end of season 4 is where it like really starts to take off because they had. Well, should we say spoilers?
you can say it. Yeah, say what you want to say.
Mike had to murder Werner Ziegler.
Oh man,
That was hard.
so you have season 4 is when they build the, or is that season 5?
They're
When
they're in the process of building
oh,
Mr.
building
Meth.
the lab.
nice.
Yep.
That's good stuff.
I
No,
would
honestly, when
argue.
Chuck dies, the show like kind of goes up another
100%.
level.
I
Interesting.
would argue, not that I disliked the end of Sopranos or end of Breaking Bad or end of Mad Men. I'm just thinking some of the critically acclaimed shows that I like that I've watched. I would say Breaking Bad of all of those types of shows finished better.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
I think it
And
finished
Breaking Bad is awesome. I mean, my favorite episode of Breaking Bad is like one of the very last episodes.
Oh yeah,
Ozymandias. What an episode!
Great episode.
Spoiler alert: Hank dies.
Oops.
Walt takes Holly away and then rams the car. Oh my gosh, that is such a good episode.
Yeah, really good. Really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Breaking Bad, I wouldn't say Breaking Bad it didn't fall off. It just didn't.
You saying Saul, you mean?
Well, you're saying Breaking Bad. I'm thinking of, as far as peaking, I thought Saul was peaking at the end. I think all the other shows kind of took a little dip, not a dramatically bad dip. They weren't peaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
I generally agree with that. Generally agree.
Douglas writes, way to celebrate drug culture. Nice, Douglas.
Yeah.
I think that's a joke, but
that's what we're doing.
You never know. By the way, multiple people
Doug sent
pointed
me
out
many emails over the last several days.
Still?
Many emails.
Well, we're back, so he should be happy.
Folks.
More emails.
Mustache Adam, Zach, they've all pointed out Grey, common spelling in England, Gray, common spelling in
Oh, you know what? That's
America.
funny because I think, how do you guys spell canceled? 2 L's or 1 L?
I thought it was a 2L.
I thought it was a 1L.
I use 2 L's, and I was always told that is the English, that is the more British version of. So that is consistent. 2L canceled and E Gray handshake.
It's interesting that we picked up on those as a society, but not color or armor with the OU.
Yeah. Joe and Phoenix mad because we're not talking about sports in the crossover, which is
Joe,
literally what we always do.
crossover.
We rarely talk sports in the crossover.
We always do in the crossover.
Joe was mad when I was talking sports and talking about Creighton earlier.
Interesting. So it's basically just only talk Husker football or college football. Nothing else is allowed.
I think that's right.
Joe, I promise no Creighton hoops on today's show. A
What?
promise from John and me to you.
That is crazy.
No, I'm not making that promise.
I just made it for us, John. I said it first. No takebacks.
I'll take back. I'm taking it back. I'm taking it way back.
Take it way back.
John is taking it back.
He's
Taking it back.
taking it way back.
Taking it back. I'm taking it back with my hair.
Guess we're talking
Look at
hoops.
his hair.
Guess we're talking hoops.
Come
on,
on,
the show
you got to
today.
talk hoops.
I
It's
want to
hoops
talk
day.
about the playoff. I want to talk about Georgia losing to
Oh,
Notre
you're
Dame.
talking about it for 4 hours.
I want to talk
Sure,
about
why not?
college
We haven't
baseball.
talked about Nebraska Boston College very much, John. We should talk about that game.
I don't give two craps.
That game was years ago.
It was only 6 days ago.
It was a whole year ago.
Well, time to start looking ahead to Cincinnati.
They beat a team that whose conference won 2 bowl games. I mean,
ouch.
How good is that?
Sindelar says it doesn't matter how you spell it. If Nick gets a Fu Manchu, he'll be canceled/canceled.
Don't you just think that canceled 2 L's just looks better?
It maybe I do spell it that way. I don't know.
It does look better with 2 L's.
Canceled.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, well, maybe we'll figure this out. Sal
Do a Fu
says
Manchu, though, Nick. It'd be
No.
awesome.
Sal says the shape in Joshua yesterday was so good. All football, baby. It was football build.
You guys are sick.
Our entire program is all football. What are you talking
Program,
about?
John. Program. Apparently, we're
Whatever.
talking green basketball today, though. So I guess it's not going to be all football today.
But you guys don't even when it's you and Schaefer, you guys don't even like talk about the things that you were going to talk about.
Correct.
You just like say
because we talk
you
about
say
the NFL.
Sam Darnold, and then all of a sudden that's 30 minutes.
That's a great show.
It is.
Shave and I love talking about the NFL.
You do.
We just wander into the NFL for 45 minutes at a time.
Yeah.
We did it on accident yesterday. We were like, well, I guess we got to take a
True.
break and talk more NFL.
Yeah.
But it's weird that it took 6 segments before you even got there.
That's true. And we didn't talk any Husker football yesterday. So we were just
Really?
talking other football.
Well, I mean, they are famously not of season, but
Yeah, that's true.
but you also didn't get the big breaking news of the new red end zones. So,
Yeah.
Have you seen the yogurt?
Oh, I have. I can't wait to break down this conspiracy theory on the show today. I love this crap. Gosh, I'd love this job. What a fun job.
It is.
Hey, the
We
red
love this
zone
job.
the end zone is red. Let's have takes. And people have takes. I love it. I love
you
Nebraska.
realize, what's going to happen. They're
We're
going to
getting
get
older.
better in the red zone next year, and people are going to say it's the red end zone. They
Oh my
finally figured
gosh.
out how to get there.
I hadn't even
cannot.
thought of that.
I'm canceling that conversation before it even happens.
With 2 L's or 1.
Wow, we are undefeated in the red end zone era. Time to keep it forever.
I I honestly, I'll give you an end zone take. I want it to look like it did in the Orange Bowl in 1995. A white end zone with red letters. I think it pops more, just like in Iowa, they have the black end zone with the yellow letters.
You know who else would have liked the white end zone?
No, I knew you were going to say that. Racism. It's not about being
And
racist.
with that, we have come full circle.
Happy
Michael,
New Year.
we did
Now we can say
Happy New Year.
We did.
it's January 3rd, folks.
Nice hair, John.
Nice hair, John.
Thank you. You'll get to see it all day. So join us in the stream, won't you? Connor, we'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Unless we're all snowed in because it snowed too much.
Oh, yeah. I'll see you from my...
You hate working at work.
No, I'm here right now.
Yeah, but if it snows
If
just a little
John's
bit, it's like,
staying
I'm
home.
staying home.
If John's staying home, I must stay home with him. At my home.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not at my home.
It's so funny because back in the day, only John could stay home and we'd give him so much crap. But now I have the ability. Thank you, COVID.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, might as well just do the show from home. It'll be easier.
We'll see you at some point. Maybe Mount Happer will have begun by the time we next talk.
Oh, God. That's a good call. We have predictions coming up later in the 5 o'clock hour.
Predict it.
One of them will be how many inches of snow do we get this weekend?
Oh, are we going to do another Mount Happer prediction?
Oh, we definitely will.
Well, we have to have it first. We have to get it first.
Did we decide Mount Happer is just the first one, or is just whenever there's a pile of snow in that area?
You got to get the pile. It can't just be a dusting and there's no pile. We got to get a pile. So it's really whenever the shovel comes through for the first time.
Watson says your children hoping for a snow day. Children, I will work. Josh, I will do a show.
Yeah, and then I will have to be the one of us to come in here.
You do a
to
great
do
job.
Your show.
You have a truck.
Martyr baton.
Yeah, you have a truck. I have a car. I have a sedan.
I had to do it in my car.
It's a weenie sedan.
Remember my crappy, bad bumperless car? I had to do it in that.
Well, you have a truck now.
We have our first snow prediction.
Hey!
Jake says we will get one Josh of snow, which is 2 inches.
One
on.
Steely Dan.
That needs to be at least doubled. At least.
Surely Steely Dan was more than 2 inches.
Well, if it was steam powered, that thing had to be big.
Now this really has gone full circle.
And with
Bye.
that,
Bye-bye.
that's the crossover. We'll get a Grum started next here on a One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone. Chance. Hello. Is there anybody out there? The fun of doing the show this way is we can have our own conversations during the breaks, and the boys won't even know what's going on. Mike, good to see you again. Take care. Yes, Stibbs. More dildo talk. Stibbs, your boys better win on Sunday. That's all I got to say. Or else I'm going to have to talk both you and my friend off of the ledge. I would be terrified too, Stibbs, because last year Carson Wentz also played in a meaningless Week 18 game, and he quarterbacked to win over the 49ers. So we'll see. What's the weather in Denver? Are we supposed to get some snowy snow? Yes, my dear. My wife is now texting. Yes, I'm carrying on a conversation with our friends during commercial breaks. Denver weather. Ooh. 20% chance of snow, light snow. So it's probably not going to be that bad. Yes, we are in a break, my dear. Wow, Bayman, come on. Cloudy with a chance of meteors. It's the Chiefs and the Broncos. And now everyone's saying hello to my wife, even though she can't see the comments in the comments section. I'm getting texts from her and comments from all of you. By the way, my intent is to take the lights down tomorrow. I don't know if you got my text. Jordan says it's better than the 4 minutes of silence. I would agree. It's a nice, bright, cold, sunny day here in downtown Milwaukee.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Hey, we're all back together again. Isn't this wonderful?
It's awesome. Also,
Kind of back together.
John knows that he was talking during the commercial break.
Yes, that was the
That's
bit.
why he was doing it.
Like conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
It's a new thing. I mean, you know,
With
we're
the
just
commercials with the people. Come on, folks. Come on.
yeah. Well, okay, so I don't get it because
People think that you were like doing it on accident. They think that you were there. Hey, let John know that his mic's not muted.
He's got a hot mic.
He's literally talking to Stibbs. He's like, "Hey, Stibbs, how are you?" And Stibbs is responding. He's like, "Oh, good to see you."
Was that in the tweets?
I got a tweet. Well, no, there was a comment on the YouTube, and then I just got a tweet from Joe in Vegas. He was like, "Hey,
see, because that's who I was conversing with.
Let John know. Tweet at John to tell him." Everyone thinks that I'm your keeper. I get so many messages from listeners. Hey, would you let John know this? No, you tell him yourself. Maybe they just know that I don't have them muted like you do. So maybe that's.
Well, I do mute a lot of people. I mean, if
Yeah.
you're jerks, I mute you. But
That's
well,
true.
the thing is, so unless I had like my screen split or I had multiple screens, I'm only looking at one screen at a time. I'm not looking at both Twitter and the YouTube comment section. So, but yes, I decided during the break because earlier I was singing to Chance in the pregame before the crossover, and Chance was getting turned on by it, and I figured, might as well keep it up. And so I basically had a three-way conversation where I was the only person that could understand whatever so I was conversing with the folks in the YouTube comment section, but then the wife was texting me at the same time and saying, "Do you know you're on the air right now?" And I said, "Yes, I do know I'm on the air right now."
Incredible.
So, yes, So this will be for today because I'm here in Milwaukee, getting ready for Creighton basketball tonight, and I'm here with you in the StreamYard. That we'll make this a fun bit during commercial breaks. If you are with us in the StreamYard, we can hold conversations kind of semi-private off the air while the commercials are playing for the folks on the audio stream and on the AM radio. So, it'll be like two shows in one.
We should do this, John, on Monday when it's the snow day and you and I are working from home and Nick is here at the studio.
Awesome.
Great idea. A capital idea, Josh. A capital idea.
Thank you. Yeah, well, that's 4 straight hours of content.
I don't like doing the show when we're not all here. feels weird.
It doesn't.
It doesn't have the same vibe.
Well, you have to deal with it sometimes, Nick.
I
That's
know.
life. Life can't be about vibes all the time.
Mm.
You cannot be about vibes all the time.
It should be.
Well, it's not. I'm sorry, Nick.
Man, I think Ned Stark just got killed. It looks like someone just let a bunch of ravens loose from Winterfell outside my window.
John's just going to make a bunch of Game of Thrones references for the next month and a half.
I love it.
I am.
This is
Yeah,
great.
I'll tell you. One of the things about rewatching the show is you pick up on there are little things that they talk about that you maybe didn't pick up on the first time through, and so you learn more about the show when you watch it a second time through because you really listen intently to the conversations to hear.
Oh yeah.
Content.
I just did that a couple months ago. Rewatched it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, welcome to the Grum, everyone. Brought to you by our good friends at Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. Coming up today, we have a Grum down. Look at this.
Oh,
Look at the gum. Look at the
Nick,
old Grum
look
down.
at that.
Oh, it's got the little logo.
The zone logos are back.
It's also red.
They were gone yesterday, like the end zones. They were gone yesterday, but they're
Oh.
back today.
John, did you make it red because of the end zones? Has it been
No,
red?
the zone logo has always been red.
No,
He's talking about the outline.
the frame.
The border's always been red.
I think it's always been that way,
I
Nick.
thought it was white.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
well.
Wow. Jeez, Nick.
Very problematic.
Back to Michael Jordan's mustache for Nick.
Here come the Irish.
Oh, yeah.
Does this college football playoff give you hope that Nebraska could one day be in there too?
Oh, that's a fun topic. Topic
Yeah.
alert.
We'll dive into that a little
Unless
bit.
the answer is no, then it's not a fun topic and everyone is sad.
Kevin Kugler will join us. Maybe if Kevin decides to join us early in the StreamYard,
No.
both Kevin and I
no.
can have conversations with the people in the YouTube comment section. Now, the thing is, I don't think, would I be able to hear Kevin?
If we put him in there during
Yeah.
the break, we can put him in there
That's
and you
true,
guys
we
can
would.
talk off the air.
This is the closest
Okay.
people are going to get to hearing what it was like during the College World Series when John and Kevin
That's true.
were not on the air.
That's true.
All right. So if Kevin is listening, if you want to join us in the stream during the next commercial break and you want to engage in private conversation with our crazies in the YouTube comments section, you're more than likely to do so.
Don't call Chance crazy.
Oh, he's very normal.
Kent's Movie Club today, we're going to be talking about a movie that was actually shot in Nebraska and in Omaha.
Yes.
Yeah, though, set in 1991, it was interesting seeing the Desert Dome in the first scene of the movie because the Desert Dome famously did not exist.
There
in
were a lot of
1991.
choices in that movie. I have takes on it.
I did like all the
It
Nebraska
didn't-
stuff, though. That was cool.
When did
No,
the
the
Desert
Desert
Dome get built?
Desert Dome is fairly new. Let me see. I feel like that was
I could have
built in.
swore that thing was around in the 90s.
Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was built when I was coming of age. Let's see. Desert Dome. As I go now to the Wikipedia page. It was finished in 02. Finished in 02. So yeah, it would not have been around in 1991.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. But otherwise we'll talk about the movie.
Let's see. Also, we have Jays are opening 2025 here in Milwaukee with another big test.
Well, there was a comment, though, John. Sal says, I was promised no Jays talk. Yeah, remember we promised in the crossover, no Jays.
We have a static issue, apparently. I am hearing static right now.
Nick will take care of it. Something's going on, John, with the StreamYard. It's been a real piece of poo-poo lately.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the advantage of me being in said StreamYard is I can hear these things, and because I was distracted, and now, yes. So we're working on it. Jeez.
That made it horrible, Nick. What did you just do there?
What I did yesterday, but I didn't account for the fact that John is
Yeah.
in there, so it's going to be a little weird.
Well,
now.
hopefully it's fixed now.
No, it's still static.
Oh, wow.
I have to restart the computer.
You have to restart the whole computer?
Yeah.
But John is on StreamYard today.
I know.
Well, that's not good, Nick.
That can't happen yet.
Okay. Well,
All right, so this isn't a StreamYard thing. This is a computer thing.
Something's going on. I think we need new computers.
Yeah. I asked what we can do about this
Mhm.
to make this not happen again, and they said just restart the computer.
Oh, that's a horrible. Come on, StreamYard.
Their solution was to restart the computer.
Don't they know that we pay them lots of money? We pay StreamYard.
We do.
We do give them money. Interesting.
Okay, well, I guess this means we have to take a break.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can finish the grum down real fast. I mean, it sounds fine on the radio right now, John, and that's what.
Well, apologies to those of you in the stream, but real quick, is the NCAA really considering a 5th year?
What the hell?
Has the SEC beast suffered a mortal wound?
Oh, what an interesting topic. I look forward to that.
Mr. Yogurt has gone to art class.
Interesting.
And it is a One Beer Friday. We also have predictions, and snow is coming.
Oh, God. That sucks.
Winter is coming.
The rapper from the 90s who sang the song Informer?
No, Nick, not the rapper from the 90s.
Well, okay. 402-951-1620 if you'd like to join us on the hotline today. Is it still the hotline, or am I not supposed to
It is indeed the 42 Degrees the Source hotline by your mom's
still the
house.
42 degrees, the hotline by your mom's house. Also, you can hit us up, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Equitable Bank inbox, Equitable. They'll be there for you forever, just like they're there for us forever. And they will not take forever to answer the phone because they do so on the first ring.
Nice.
And JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, where we have several poll questions out for you this week.
The poll boys.
Yeah, we are the poll boys. So our New Year's resolution was many
Steely
polls.
Dan.
So much steam.
So much steam, Nick.
So much steam. All right, so we'll take a break so Nick can restart the. Oh wait, did it go away?
Is it gone now?
I don't hear it now.
It's so weird because I don't hear any issues whatsoever. John, you sound incredible.
But that's because it's a StreamYard issue, or it's
So
inside.
it's like
Yeah,
It's like a computer issue that overlaps into the StreamYard. It's an output issue on our end
Interesting.
because of this computer.
all right. So maybe we don't have to restart the computer.
Look at that. Everything's fine. Coming up in a moment, John and Kevin talk during the commercial break, and who knows what kind of weird and wacky stuff they're going to say to each other.
Well, that depends. We don't know if Kevin's going to join us early enough in the waiting room to join us in the stream.
He's your bestie, John. Tell him to get in there.
I could DM him, John, and say, like, hey, if you want to hop in, John is doing random commercial radio, so we can do that. John emails in, the app sounded great until Nick pushed the wrong button and blew everyone's earbuds
Right, because it
up
wasn't an app issue.
when it was like,
a
wah, wah, wah,
StreamYard
wah, wah,
thing.
wah, 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 wah. Yeah, that was tough. It hurt my ears too, Nick.
I didn't know that was going to happen.
Could you apologize?
I'm sorry for trying to fix the problem.
Stibbs says, I'll text him. He'd love that. There you go. Kevin and Stibbs hanging out like it's 2019 in the College World
Stibbs
Series booth.
Laying in his bed, kicking his feet while he's texting Kevin.
Oh my gosh. Is that what Stibbs is doing right now?
Stibbs was probably texting him during the time. I think it was. He did I know he did a Broncos game this year. He was probably one of those guys that was texting him saying, "You need to talk more about my team. Stop talking about the other team." Why do you hate my team so much?
I've been tempted to text Kevin during a Dolphins game before, and I'm like, I won't do that. That's unprofessional.
Wow. Look at you, Nick. Look at you.
You know, the man puts his phone down and doesn't look at it during the game. You know.
No, what are you talking about? There are
No.
commercials.
Surely he keeps it in his pocket.
There are commercial breaks, John, where
What if
everyone
you text him?
Yeah.
What does
here's
he
the fun
keep in his pocket? Does he keep the phone in his pocket, or is Steely Dan?
You can talk about Steely Dan's with Kevin in the YouTube.
I've been in many broadcast booths with many announcers, and during every commercial break, do you know what everyone does? They open up their phones.
Kids these days.
Yeah,
Am I right?
and they go look at scores of other. Here's what happens because everyone's kind of quiet, you know, and it has headsets on, and they'll look at a score and they'll show it. Oh, you see it? Look at this game, and then everyone's like, ah, it's great. I love being in broadcast.
Yeah,
booths.
but remember, Kevin is now teamed with Moose Johnston, who is famously of old, and is probably one of those guys like, get your nose out of the phone.
Well, that's a good topic. Let's ask Kevin about that.
He calls that hotline that gives you the scores of all the games.
Why don't you just tell me what movie you want to see? Yeah, maybe he does. Yeah, I wonder if Moose is a phone guy during commercial breaks.
I doubt it. Moose probably has a bag phone. Moose comes across as the kind of guy who would still have a bag phone.
Wow, that's a reference to the movie that we watched for this week's movie club. Bag phone came up in the movie.
It did.
Yep.
Nice.
Stib says Moose definitely has a Motorola Razor. Man, I had a Motorola
They still
Razor.
make razors, so
Yeah,
that
they
could
suck.
it could be a new razor.
I hated that phone. That phone was
You hated
garbage.
the Razor?
It looked so cool in the commercials, but the phone was bad.
Everybody loved the razor.
No,
I've
they
never heard
did
a
not.
bad thing about a razor.
No.
What was wrong with the Razor?
It just didn't work very well. It was really laggy.
It might have just been your razor.
Well, I did use it in the shower sometimes to text my girlfriend.
No, you're
Oh,
supposed to use the Steely Dan in a shower.
My bad. I'll be over soon, dear. And then it didn't work.
You
anymore.
plus me equals nighttime fun.
I did say it.
Ooh.
Well, not to her, but I did. I have been known to say that from time to time. Jim says, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Moose come from Shadron? No, he's thinking of
Well, that's Danny Woodhead. He was.
Yeah, but
he
then
played,
he's
well, he
thinking of
played in Shadron. He was from North Platte.
he's thinking of the tight end that also is from Nebraska, though.
Yeah, that's
I can't remember his name.
Oh God!
Oh, he had the single bar face mask. He was on the Cowboys teams. Cowboys tight end.
Well, he went to Wyoming.
Yes.
Oh my God! Why am I forgetting his name?
Okay, I got it. He's from Gothenburg.
Jay Novacek.
There you go. Yeah.
Jay Novacek. All I had to do was say Gothenburg, and immediately, Jay Novacek. I was like, I was freezing.
Why didn't
up
Tom get him? Why did he go to Wyoming?
Oh,
come on, Tom.
Well, yeah. What year was Novacek?
I mean, he played for the Cowboys in the early 90s. He was in college from 82 to 84. And then he was picked in the 6th round in 1985.
Wow. Well, let's see. So Jamie Williams was the senior in 82, really good tight end who played for the 49ers. Oh yeah, they could have used if they'd had Jay Novacek in 83. Oh my God.
Yeah, in 1980, he set the state record in the pole vault and also won the state titles in that event and hurdle. So he was obviously a super athlete. Why in the world didn't they get him? That's very sad.
That is very sad. All right, well, we'll take a break because waiting in the green room and perhaps willing to join us for our private commercial chat.
I can't wait to hear it.
With all the yahoos in the comments section.
Yep. Yes,
Kevin
no one tweeted
Kugler.
us and say hot mic. We know the mics are hot on purpose.
We know. We're
We know.
aware.
Yeah, this is for you.
It's exclusive.
We
Yeah,
know.
I'm not even going to get to hear it. I'm going to be sitting in the studio. Well, I'll probably turn the volume on my microphone and we'll listen.
It's going to be our new podcast because we're both in hotels. It'll be called the Hotel Boys.
We've got a podcast.
All right. Kevin Kugler from the NFL on Fox joins us next, or maybe in just a few seconds.
Oh, nice.
On 1620 The Zone. Hello, Kevin.
Hi.
Which hotel are you in?
We're Green Bay.
Oh,
I'm not going to say the hotel.
well,
I know you're having hot mic issues. We're at the Super 8.
I believe it. I believe it.
How's Marquette?
It's nice. We're staying at the hotel across the street from the arena.
Hello, I'm Doug Nodgard.
Nick, you're playing commercials over our private
to have your cake and eat it.
Unbelievable.
There, now it's gone. No, this is the hotel that the Bucks co-own. So.
Oh yeah,
it's where all the
I'm not
NBA
staying
teams.
there.
Stay.
We usually stay in that the one that's the old hotel up there.
Yeah.
That they say is haunted.
Yeah, I think we were there a couple of times.
Yeah, it may be haunted.
It may be haunted. Well, welcome everyone to our new commercial break show called The Hotel Boys.
Good show.
It's a great show.
You know what? The Marriott points are the reason why we do what we do. Nobody else does anything except we do this for the Marriott points.
We definitely do it for the Marriott points.
Yep.
Of course, Creighton gets all the Marriott points. I don't get jack, so.
Yeah. Baymon wants to know what fake name do I check in under when traveling. John, I check in under the name of Sneak Deasley.
Sneak Beasley?
Sneak Deasley.
Deasley.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I used to check in under the name Steely Dan, but then I found out today what Steely Dan actually meant, so I'm going to have to change my number.
No. Stibbs, you'd like to know what room number I am, wouldn't you? Yeah. Uh-huh. Not giving that to you. 212.
I would figure Green Bay would have decent hotels there.
They're okay. It's
you sound so excited to be at
I'll
this
say
game.
this, the one we normally stay in on the radio side is attached to one of the saddest casinos in America.
Oh, you're staying in Council Bluffs.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, are you guys supposed to get snow up there?
No, it's just gonna be cold. Sunny and 22 on Sunday.
Now, when are you supposed to get back?
Sunday night.
So right in the middle of the Snowmageddon?
Thought it was supposed to be done by then.
I mean, who knows?
It'll
They're
be
probably
done. I'm not worried about it. I'm going through
Yeah.
Minneapolis. I mean, how bad could that be?
They don't have directs from Green Bay to Omaha.
No, strangely not. They don't direct from Green Bay to anywhere.
You're doing Westwood playoff games, right?
Yep. I don't know where, but
Do you know how
somewhere.
many? How many?
2 for sure. First 2 weeks for sure.
First 2 weeks? Okay, so this won't be your final football.
This will not be my final football.
That's good. You don't want to go out on Bears Packers.
Minnesota's not getting snow. Stibbs, smart, not meteorologist guy.
Did you have any idea what Steely Dan meant?
No, I don't.
It's
I was a little disturbed by that.
I was too.
Yeah, kind of makes me question. Like, are there other things I don't know what they mean that I should know what they mean? I mean, I don't know.
Oh yeah, probably.
Probably.
A few things. Oh Lord, what a day!
What a day.
I was Michelle's birthday. Everything good?
It was good. Yeah. We went to a place called Memoir downtown.
Never heard of it.
This
I
is
hadn't either.
Nebraska's most listened to all sports
Here
radio
we go.
station from 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Omaha's #1 afternoon radio show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct with Kevin Kugler.
It's hard to believe, but Kevin Kugler once had Michael Jordan's mustache. Oh wait, I'm sorry. We're no longer in the Hotel Boys show.
The Hotel Boys show ended. It's over now.
It ended. It was terrible.
It was a good show. Everybody liked that show.
Yes, they
I
did.
like when Stibbs was trying to get your hotel room number. That was very interesting.
Yeah, and all of the comments about him spooning, I just don't want. And no, I'm not going to Google lemon party or blue waffle. We've done this before, people. We're not doing it again. Don't. Again, I've said this for almost 2 decades on this radio station and on this program. Do not N-O-T Google blue waffle. Don't do it.
You did used to say that all the time. It was great advice. It was
and yet people then would yell at me. Why did you let me Google blue waffle? I'm like, I didn't let you do anything.
Told you not to.
No.
Told you not to.
I did. Is it okay if I ask a question of my dear friend John Bishop? Josh, is that okay if I do that?
Please. Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Okay, I wanted to read this to John.
Yeah.
From John on October 6th of 2024. Looking forward to the first overall pick. We can just skip ahead to the draft. Are we still just skipping ahead to the draft, or are you going to allow yourself to watch the Rams in the playoffs, negative boy?
Wow, unreal, John.
Yeah, I mean, have a little faith
remember.
in the team that you call your. I'm not even sure you're a fan. You know who hadn't written off the Dallas Cowboys on October 6th and probably should have? Josh Tweederson.
Yeah, exactly, John. You big idiot.
Yeah, maybe rep your team once in a while.
It was looking very bleak. I believe also a former colleague of us whose initials are DB also shamed me for saying the same thing. It is quite amazing. I guess I shouldn't give up on them so easily, considering that this is now back-to-back years they've started 1-4 and made the playoffs. It's
pretty sad, really. I mean, the fact that you've just written them off. Matthew Stafford. His wife has a podcast. He has a Sleep Number bed. I mean, what more do you want?
That was the thing. People who do Sleep Number commercials usually it's like the new Madden curse.
I don't know. I've never done a Sleep Number commercial, but I'm willing to do one. Sales staff whose name I still don't know. Go ahead and Stacy, I'll do a commercial for the Zone. Give me a bed.
I'd love a bed.
Hey, listen, you can take the Cub fan out of the boy. You can't take the Cub fan out of the boy altogether. I mean,
you can take the Cub out of the boy fan, but you can't take
boy. It's got to be your Cub fan. Whatever. I don't know.
Bayamon wants to know if I went on a bender last night. And
the game's not till Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, didn't you? It was Thursday night, January 2. Who does it?
Exactly.
Well, Kevin is in Green Bay, where the Packers are closing out the regular season against the Chicago Bears. Now, the Packers do have something to play for. They still could be the 6th seed, though. And it seems like right now there's a lot of folks who are trying to avoid the whole trip to Philadelphia thing. But if there's a team that could go into Philly and win, I would think Green Bay is one of them.
Yeah, we talked with Matt LaFleur yesterday, and there's never a coach that's going to say, "Oh my gosh, if we have to go to Philly, we're screwed. We got no shot." So he said, we just want to play well. That's the emphasis for them. He didn't think they played great against the Vikings last week. His goal is to have this team come out and play well. I don't know if that means that they're going to play all of their starters the whole game, but I know you're going to play the starters. I know we're going to see the regular Packers out there on Sunday against the Bears, who are going to go with all their and the media in Chicago is like, well, why are you going to play Caleb Williams? Well, why not? They're 4-12. He's a rookie quarterback still. You need as many reps as you can get. Of course, you're going to play your quarterback. Of course, you're going to play your starters because the season's about to be over for you. And for Green Bay, look, they've got a lot to play for. This is a good team in a good division, but they're just not quite to the level of the Lions and the Vikings this year. And there's no shame in that. Doesn't mean they couldn't go on a nice run in the postseason and get all the way to the end.
Yeah, Kevin, I wanted to ask you about that because there's been a lot made about how all 5 of their losses have come to the teams that we collectively agree are the 3 best in the NFC. The 2 to their division mates in the Vikings, the 2 to their division mates in the Lions, and then the Philadelphia game all the way back in week 1 when they were playing in Brazil. But 4 of the 5 games were decided by 1 score. The only one that wasn't was that Detroit game on November 3rd when they lost by 10. So, how do, I guess, you kind of view that they are 0-5, but there are also a lot of close losses?
Well, look, you look at those 2 Vikings games, both 2-point losses. You look at the other Lions game, a 3-point loss. You look at what they did to the Eagles, and Jordan Love was famously dinged up. So you have reasons for some of the stuff that happened in this. I just look, the Packers are good enough with Jordan Love and Josh Jacobs to beat any of these teams. I don't know what Detroit is going to look like come playoff time. Sounds like Anzalone is close to coming back. Maybe they'll get some of their guys back. Maybe they won't. That's why that Sunday night game is so big. I think it's bigger for the Lions than it is for the Vikings even. Sorry, Mike Schaefer, because they could really use that week to get their guys even healthier to make their playoff push. But man, this is a famously not huge Week 18 with a huge Sunday night game at the end of it.
Yeah, I was thinking, because there's a chance that the Rams, depending if they fall to the 4, could end up playing the loser of this game. And I was kind of processing through my head, well, who would I rather play right now? Even though the Rams haven't beaten Detroit in their last 3 times, I think I'd almost rather play Detroit because A, they don't get the extra week. B, defensively, they're still very much banged up. And we saw last week what San Francisco was able to do against them. Now, Detroit can win a shootout with anybody, but I would feel a lot more comfortable going in against Detroit than I would Minnesota right now, especially with no rest.
Well, and look, you look at what Detroit has to do this week. They're going to be playing everybody a very physical game against a Vikings team that is eager to have a week off and to have the home field advantage throughout the playoffs too. So you don't have the opportunity. For example, if the Packers get up 28-0 on the Bears this weekend, Jordan Love's probably done after the early third quarter. I don't know that you have any incentive at that point to play. Or if you look up at the scoreboard, and I don't know that they will, but if you look up at the scoreboard and see Washington is up 38-0 on Dallas in the third quarter, and you know you're locked in at the 7th seed, what's the incentive to play Josh Jacobs? What's the incentive to play Jordan Love? Why would you run Jaden Reed or Romeo Doubs out there? You can't sit everybody. It's a limited roster, but you take some of the key guys and you give them some rest if you get into a scenario where you know one way or the other what your seed's going to be mid-game.
Kevin, the Bears were famously 1 snap away from 5-2, and they literally have not won a single game since that moment against Washington all the way back on October 27th. They've had some 1-score losses in there. They've also gotten stomped in there a few times. What were the conversations like with their side of things this week, given that this is going to be the last of whatever this era is before a new era begins, in a few days?
Well, if you can hear me through the static, and I know everybody on the stream is talking about all the static that Josh and John are throwing out there, I'm sorry about that. I said I'm ready to go, and they're like, no, we want more static in this conversation. So So Nick is just pounding the static button all day long. Blame Nick, everybody. This never happened when Stibbs was producing the show. I'll just point that out.
Hell, this never happened when Scoop was producing the show.
No. I mean, Scoop, there was never a Scoop up.
The only thing that happened when Scoop was producing was killing off pop stars.
Here's a couple of things that are wrong with the Bears. The Bears have had 21 in-game offensive line changes this year. 21 in-game offensive line changes this year. By comparison, the Lions have had 4. Even with the injuries, the Lions have only had to change their offensive line 4 times during a game. The Bears have had 27 different combinations on their offensive line. You don't win games when you have 27 different offensive line combinations trying to protect a rookie quarterback. It just does not happen, and we've seen that with the Chicago Bears. On Thursday night, and famously I was there on the day after Christmas to watch Seattle and Chicago. What a thriller. 6-3, tell your friends. The only projected offensive line starter from their camp offensive line was right tackle Darnell Wright. Everybody else was gone from the lineup that they walked out of training camp with as their starting offensive line. To me, that's where it starts with every team. When you give up 67 sacks with a rookie quarterback, you're not going to win a lot of games. They've had 58 possessions this year that have had at least 1 sack on them. They failed to score on 49 of the 58 possessions. A sack derails this team like few other.
Kevin, I know all of the conversation about who's going to be MVP is basically stationed in terms of quarterbacks on the AFC side. Certainly Saquon is a candidate on the NFC side. But going into this postseason, if you're picking from scratch, which NFC quarterback would you want to draft right now to make a playoff run?
Oh boy, that's a great question. Of the NFC quarterbacks,
yeah,
I mean, look, I would probably take Jared Goff right now because Jared Goff, regardless of who has surrounded him, has been able to produce at a pretty high level. So I like what Jared Goff has done. But if you're telling me I'm going to build on this, is this just for a run or am I building around this NFC quarterback for years?
Well, I mean, obviously, I think the answer is pretty obvious if we go to the big picture building. But could you make the argument that Jaden Daniels might not be a good draft pick to just make a playoff run, provided you surrounded him with good enough talent, because he is playing as well as anybody right now, and he gives you a dynamic that few other NFC quarterbacks shy of Jalen Hurts gives you right now.
Yeah, and I'd probably still lean Goff because if I'm making a playoff run, I like the experienced guy in there. And people forget that he led the Rams to a Super Bowl. So this is a guy who has been there before. He's done it before, and he's had to overcome an awful lot this year with this team. So I probably still lean him. I am an unabashed Jaden Daniels fan, though, and I think Jaden Daniels is, assuming health, which is always what you say with any quarterback in this league, assuming health, he's going to be a perennial Pro Bowler for whatever that means anymore. He's going to be a perennial guy at the top of the quarterback list in the NFC. This quarterback class, we've talked about it all year, and our crew, for whatever reason, has gotten to see every single one of these first-round draft picks this year because we got the Penix debut just a couple of weeks ago when he came in for the Falcons. This is going to be one of those classes that is, assuming it stays on track years from now, we look back on and say, that was one of the best quarterback classes since, I don't know, like 83 or whatever. This is a quarterback class that's going to be long remembered in the National Football League. Bo Nix looks like the real deal. Jaden Daniels looks like the real deal. I still think Caleb Williams with a better offensive line has a lot of potential. Jaden Daniels, even Drake May has flashed, and I think Michael Penix has something too. We saw him in that late drive against Washington really show some moxie for a guy in his second career NFL start. This first round class, and we haven't gotten to see J.J. McCarthy yet. This class has been phenomenal so far.
Do you think the Falcons regret not making Penix the starter earlier?
I do. I think a little bit. I think they're looking at a spark that wasn't there with Kirk Cousins for whatever reason. And look, you couldn't in October. Remember, you go back to October, Kirk Cousins was playing as well as any quarterback in all of football. Twice player of the week, throwing for 500 yards in a game. He was dominant during the month of October. And then for whatever reason, the wheels just completely fell off for him. And by the time they lifted him after that Monday night game. Famously, I was there for that Monday night game against the Raiders, also a stellar football game. Once they lifted him, once you played that game as conservative as you did, clearly scripting your game plan to avoid Kirk Cousins doing anything major, you kind of were forced to make the change. And had they lost that game, they probably would have made the change before they got on the plane in Las Vegas. They at least waited until they got back to Atlanta.
Hey, Kevin, let me ask you this as a follow-up, like, because you've made a couple of jokes about some of the really bad games and teams that you've seen this year. The top of the league is awesome. 14-2 versus 14-2 on Sunday, something we've never seen before. And granted, we're still in the early days of the 17-game schedule. But the bottom is horrible, where you have like these teams with records where in previous years they'd be the easy number 1 or number 2 overall pick, and this year they're picking like 6 or 7. What do you attribute like such the difference between the top and the bottom of the league to in 2024?
Man, I've been trying to figure that out all year, Josh. It is just, and to me, some of it is quarterback play. You look at some of these bad teams. The Browns have had just pitiful quarterback play this year. That's hampered them. The Raiders have been a stumbling mess at quarterback. That's hampered them this year. Look what the Titans have done at quarterback spot this year. That's been a huge concern. The Giants, obviously, we don't have to talk about what they've done at quarterback. They've tried everybody, save the 3 people in this conversation right now. They have stumbled. And the Panthers went from Bryce Young to Andy Dalton to Bryce. They've tried to figure out what to do at quarterback. So again, in a league that has leaned more on the running back this year than at any time in recent memory, in a league that everybody was saying, we're all dying, it's all gone, the quarterback is the thing. You still have to have a great quarterback, even if you've got a solid running game. And, it really, to me, comes down to some really bad quarterback play. And I left out the Jets. Aaron Rodgers is, in my opinion, there's not much left in the tank for a guy who's a sure Hall of Fame quarterback. But that looks like it's about done, and it sounds like he's starting to realize that it might be about done too. So you look at the teams at the bottom of these divisions, and the one thing you can say in common for the really bad teams, and I don't put the 49ers in there because the 49ers have had so many other injuries. I put them in a category all to themselves, but it's quarterback play. And again, Jaguars are another terrible team that have had issues at quarterback with Trevor Lawrence being in and out of the lineup all season long. To me, it all comes down to what's your quarterback situation? Are you good enough at quarterback to win without a whole lot of other complementary pieces around you?
Obviously, we think the Bears are going to go offensive with whoever they hire as their head coach because they want someone that can help with grooming Caleb Williams. Is there a name out there that would really raise your eyebrows because the Bears notoriously have not made great hires. They haven't been very aggressive. But is there a name out there where you'd be like, hey, these folks might be serious?
If they get Ben Johnson and pry him from Detroit, I think that's going to be a name that gets everybody to go, whoa, wait a minute now. They got the coaching candidate who has turned down head coaching jobs in places that he didn't think he could win for whatever reason. If they can convince Ben Johnson to come to Chicago, to me, that's one that everybody's going to be like, whoa. If they hire Pete Carroll, people are going to say, whoa, for very different reasons. But if they go out and get Ben Johnson, to me, that's the offensive mind, the guy everybody wants. And as we know, and we learned from years past, even in Nebraska, if you go out and get the hot offensive coach, it can't fail. And so they'd be set. There's no way that falters. There's no way that falls. And if it's the overwhelming choice of most of the media and the pundits and everybody else, it's a slam dunk.
Now, I am not, and I criticized the hire then. I knew it was going to fail. But now that you've failed, you've kind of gone back and you've started calling plays again. What about Cliff Kingsbury?
I like that, but do we think that he's had enough time to learn from what went wrong in Arizona? Because that was a mess at the end of that thing. And is he going to be the guy to mold a young quarterback as a head coach? He's done a good job with Jaden Daniels as an offensive coordinator. But as a head coach, that's a different set of responsibilities. There's a lot of other stuff on your plate that's not just about helping that quarterback. And how did he do with Kyler Murray? That's the thing I would ask if I were Kevin Warren and Ryan Poles or whoever else is doing these Bears interviews and I'm interviewing Cliff Kingsbury. What did you learn from how you handled Kyler Murray versus how you handled Jaden Daniels, and how do you apply that to the Caleb Williams situation? Because Caleb, we had a great conversation with him yesterday. He's bound and determined to go into the offseason working on the stuff he needs to work on, trying to get better, but he needs a coach who can really guide him in that process. And he's had a lot of flux this year, from Shane Waldron to Thomas Brown, Eberflus getting fired. There's just been a lot of moving parts, not to mention that offensive line that we talked about ad nauseum. There's a lot going on for Caleb Williams. He needs a steady hand who can really help shape his future.
Could you argue that watching Kyler Murray this year, because it kind of played out the way it did every other year, where you get off to a great start and then you fade at the end, that you can now look back and say, well, maybe that's more of a Kyler Murray thing than it is a Cliff Kingsbury thing?
And you certainly could. I mean, I don't know that Kyler Murray is somebody that you can absolve of all responsibility in that situation. And I still think the jury is out. Is Kyler Murray going to be able to develop into a quarterback that can consistently get you to the postseason? He hasn't yet. And is he going to develop to that guy? There obviously are some physical shortcomings at times with Kyler Murray, although I would argue there were times this year where Kyler Murray was playing a top 10 quarterback level. Not all the way through the year, but mid-season, you look at some of the games Kyler Murray put on film, there was some really good stuff there from Kyler Murray. I think there's still a ceiling that he hasn't reached yet. I think I like Jonathan Gannon, and I like that staff. I think they're going in the right direction. Remember, when they took that thing over, that was a mess. You had the GM was gone, you had the coach gone, you had all kinds of things that they were just trying to figure out. There's still room to build there, and they're back in Kyler Murray, but I do think there is some conversation that can be had at some point about, well, who do you blame for this situation?
Kevin, one more for me, and it's along the same lines of John bringing up kind of a retread hire, but what do you think about Vrabel's second act in the NFL as a head coach? It would seem to me that so much of it's going to come down to his offensive coordinator choice.
No question, and I like Vrabel a lot. I think Vrabel is one of those guys that when you put him in as a head coach, he's going to bring discipline and organization. The real question is going to be, who is his guy as offensive coordinator? That's the question you're going to have with a lot of these guys. Look, if Pete Carroll gets another job again, you've got to say to him, look, you went through a ton of offensive coordinators at the end in Seattle. What is your plan offensively? And you have to get the right answer from him. And I think that's the same thing with Mike Vrabel. You have to get the right answer from him as to what his plan is offensively. You know what they're going to be defensively. They're going to be a hard-nosed team. They're going to hit. They're going to play hard. He's going to get these guys ready to go. But is he going to have a scheme offensively to work with for the Chicago Bears or whoever he ends up with? Look, the Bears have the 5th most projected cap space in the National Football League going into the offseason. But so do the other teams in their division. They also have a lot of room under the cap. So this job is going to be hard. Mike Vrabel's a guy who is not going to be afraid of a hard job, and he has head coaching experience. I like him somewhere. I know he interviewed with the Jets earlier. I like him to land somewhere. He'll be one of those names that gets a second chance because, what he did at Tennessee is looking better and better.
Oh, yeah.
You will see Kevin and his partner, Moose Johnston, on the Green Bay-Chicago game here in Omaha
you will.
Sunday, as the Packers try to maybe get to the 6th seed. We'll see. But it'll be the final game of the regular season on the NFL on Fox. By the way, is Moose the bag phone guy?
Is he a bag phone guy?
Yeah. We were having this conversation earlier that we thought maybe Moose was one of those guys, whereas you're on your phone all the time. He probably looks cross-eyed at you and say, why are you doing this?
My phone is usually in my bag or in my pocket. You'll notice.
See, Nick, I told you.
I don't spend a lot of time tweeting out the stuff anymore. I don't. It's a lot of people say mean things, and I'm a sensitive soul. I just don't
do that. Who would say mean things to you on the internet?
People say men. I had a fine Husker fan just the other day be very critical that we were making fun, Nick and I, of Nebraska's vaunted special teams during the basketball game, and I mean, it's part of my New Year's resolution. I'm not going to ever. I think Nebraska's special teams are great. And I think they should extend the special teams coordinator for maybe 20 years. I don't know why anybody would be critical of such a fine special teams unit. I was upset to see Matt Rule in his post-bowl press conference say special teams needed a complete and total overhaul. I thought that was over the top, and I hope Matt Rule has gone and apologized to everyone involving special teams at Nebraska because they were tremendous this year. Not one error. Not one error all season long. I went back and looked at the tape afterwards, and that person who was very upset about it on behalf of all Nebraska fans, I apologize. I mean, your special teams for your football team was indeed special.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard the radio example of lighting a bag of cat poop on the fire on the doorstep and running away. Thank you very much for doing that. Now we have to clean up after the mess.
Special teams. And I do not own a blue sequin jacket. I'm the only person on the show who does not have a blue sequin jacket.
Good to talk to you, Kevin.
There he is, Kevin Kugler through the static.
Is it back? Is everything okay now?
Yes, the static just came back.
Oh, it did? Is it the microphones, Nick? Could it be? Let's try this. You ready?
No, I think it's a computer thing because when I restarted the computer yesterday,
okay.
I think it's just this computer.
All right, well, here's what we'll do. We'll take a break, and for the benefit of those watching in on the StreamYard, we'll reset the computer, I guess, right? Is that what we're going to do?
Yes. We're gonna, I don't know. I guess so.
Okay.
All right.
Kent's Movie Club still to come. More on yesterday's big win for Notre Dame. We have a Final Four. Oh, I'm sorry. We're not supposed to use those terms with football.
So dumb. I want to call it the Final Four. It's the Final Four to me. It's just like it's the Red River Shootout still to me.
I'm going to call it the quintessential quartet. How about
All right, that works too.
All right, we'll do that, and then we'll be back and have more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Graham for Circus Sports Iowa. Another weekend full of football is waiting for you from anywhere in the state of Iowa with the Circus Sports Iowa app. Live in-game lines that update every break to throw you in the center of all the action. So many props for every single game to keep you locked in every play. And of course, those tight money line splits that are created specifically to give you the most out of every game. When you add all these things up, that sounds like a lot of winning to me. And when you do win a lot, they also limit your account like some of the other guys like to do. Download the sportsbook that puts all the hospitality and power of Las Vegas at your fingertips from the comfort of your own home or wherever you may be in the state of Iowa. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Well, looks like Nick has rebooted the computer. We will see if this works. I'm talking to Chance. I'm talking to Chance. I'm dreaming of playing the Lions in the first round, and we're going to run all over you. And you will be eliminated by your old quarterback, Matthew Stafford. Oh, yeah. And Kelly's going to do a podcast and make all of you sad. Uh-oh. I'm getting the triangle of death on the phone here. Winter. Oh, now it's a winter storm warning in Lancaster County. Great. That's what I like. Yep. Just what I was hoping for. Winter storm warning. Snowing downtown Omaha, I assume there, Dwayne? No, dear, I have not been in the mini bar. Though this hotel has, they have their own bottled spirits sitting up here, like their own bottled cocktails that are $50 a bottle. No, I did not have any of them. Did not have any of them. Oh, Dwayne says downtown Lincoln. Snowing in downtown Lincoln. What the hell? It's not supposed to start till tomorrow. Of course, it was snowing here in Milwaukee while the sun was out, so no chance. How very jarring.
Are we back? Is everything okay?
I don't know.
I don't know. Again, I can't ever tell. Everything sounds totally.
No, you will not be able to tell because you're not you're listening to the radio. I'm listening through the StreamYard.
Yeah.
So
Kevin sounded amazing to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounded
and
awesome.
Tomorrow when I post that Kevin interview on YouTube, I'm going to use the audio that we recorded.
Awesome.
Because you always want to have an audio backup for every single thing that you do.
Very important, Nick. Very important.
I can just slide that right in. No one will know.
Good job. By the way, John, we got North Texas and Texas State on right now. It's 0-0.
The Texas Civil War.
The Texas Civil War. Oh,
which meeting with tripe is this?
It's the First Responders Bowl.
Wow, John against First Responders?
Wow.
Chance, calm down.
Yeah, seriously. Remember the mission accomplished sign? You couldn't have done that without the first responders, John, you monster.
I guess so. Welcome back. The program here on 1620 The Zone. I'm in Milwaukee. Creighton is playing Marquette tonight. 8 o'clock tip-off here on 1620 The Zone and our sister station 1019 The Keg. But today, Troy Dannon decided to get fun with maybe he's using his new Canva program.
Nice.
But he tweeted out a photo. He tweeted out a photo earlier today of the Hawks Championship Center. They are redoing the turf in there, and they are also going to redo the turf in Memorial Stadium. Not the natural grass, not yet, but they're going to put new plastro turf in there. And Troy Dannon tweeted out a picture of what the new field is supposed to look like. And oh my goodness, we are making some dramatic changes to Tom Osborne Field.
No, and real quick, the weird part about the tweet was he doesn't mention anything about them changing the field at the stadium. He's like, hey, we're doing some stuff to Hawks, and then there's a random picture attached.
If you look at this picture, though, this picture is clearly in Memorial Stadium. You can see the grandstands surrounding the field, and traditionally, when they have done the turf in the Hawks, it has been identical in terms of design. It has the same end zone markings and everything else as the turf in the stadium. So I would assume if they're doing it one way inside, they're also going to do it the same way outside. And if you haven't seen this yet, for the first time since Nebraska started doing end zone designs going back to the early 60s, the proposal appears to be that the end zones will be all red with white Nebraska Husker lettering.
Yeah.
Instead of what they have been doing traditionally, and that was the natural I call it natural. It's been AstroTurf for 60 years almost, or 50 years almost, more than 50 years.
More than 55 years.
But it's just been the lettering in the end zone with no background paint. But a lot of folks
I've always wanted, for the record, I've always wanted a stadium that has color in it. Iowa, as we talked about earlier, they have it. Nebraska, various bowl sites over the years, including the Pinstripe Bowl a week ago, had it as well. I think it looks better. I think it pops. Though you brought up a very interesting thing earlier, and that is if they are going to do this, they will have to do something different with the, what do we call them? The extended out of bounds lines. We were having a conversation with Nick yesterday.
It's the boundary lines.
Yeah, when Georgia got in trouble, for the running into the ref, we were trying to explain to Nick, okay, so here, and we were trying to figure out what to call that. It's the boundary.
It's
so
the
in the
boundary
end
of the
zone,
field.
you have the tiny bit of white to signify the edge of the end zone, but it's still all red. So you'd want to have a solid white there just to let all the players know so they don't get confused, because we have seen that confused elsewhere. I think that this looks really cool, though. I think it looks awesome.
It looks really clean.
Yeah, it does. And it's different. It's different.
It's a little more, I guess, it'd be more in tune. It would be more in tune with what they've done traditionally in basketball. Usually the border of the basketball floors have been red, and it's had the Nebraska Huskers, and it's the I guess we'd call it the official word mark of Nebraska athletics, the print of Nebraska and Huskers in the end zone. But I've always thought that it's kind of similar to uniforms. When teams get too cute with the uniforms and you can't read the numbers, I think it's important for both the officials and for the players that you have a contrasting border. So it's just easier because you're like imagine if Nebraska's running like a fade route or something in the end zone.
Correct.
And you're just kind of looking out of your periphery. If the out of bounds line in the end zone is just a thin white edge, but then everything else around it is red, sometimes you don't pick that up. And so maybe it might make it more difficult. So honestly, that would be if they decide to go with this. And I'm not saying I'm necessarily married to it. I don't hate it. I like the idea that they're trying something different, but if there was something I would change, I would have a white border around the end zones, just as a contrast to make it easier for all parties. Other than that,
I think I'd like the white border around the whole thing. I think that'd look cool too. More of a contrast.
I get what they're going for, a little bit with this, but I think sometimes you can kind of overthink it. So maybe they'll change that, or maybe it will stay the same. Who knows? But we did a poll question earlier today on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Do you approve? And again, we're calling it a potential new look because it wasn't said directly in the tweet.
Yeah. Like, hey, here's our new field as well.
Oh, again, the picture literally shows it on the floor of Memorial Stadium. So I guess I would call it a safe assumption. But do you approve of the new look? And 63% of you say yes.
Nice.
While 19% of you say no, you would rather keep the current look, and 18% say no, you want something different. And you can vote right now. Again, if they change the border around the end zone, I don't have a problem with it. I'm not dead set against it. I still kind of like the idea of doing some kind of a corn motif similar to the checkerboard end zone at Tennessee.
What would you think about just a straight up checkerboard where it was red and white? Or would people view that as stealing Tennessee's bit?
Nebraska's been stealing bits forever, aka the tunnel walk. So,
yep.
No, if they were going to do that, I would do a corn themed end zone. I think that would just be really cool. Very, very cool.
It'd be interesting. It certainly would be very different. Jess says, paint it black for Black Uniform Day. Mustache Adam, make the boundary black. Many are asking, John, for a black end zone. And Hockey Dad points out, by the way, look closer at the pic. There's a white line in front of the red. Yeah, we mentioned that. It's
you have to have that. But again, it's thin, and I think you want a contrast. There's a reason.
Yeah.
Technically, by the rules, you are supposed to have a contrasting color. And because that represents the lane. Going back to yesterday's game, that's the lane. Technically, if you're a coach or a player on the sidelines, you are not supposed to be in the boundary which is that thick white stripe that you see on the sidelines of every football stadium. You're not supposed to be in there. That's supposed to be a lane for the officials. And so when you hear about a sideline warning or the penalty like we saw yesterday, that Georgia player would not have been in violation if he would have been behind the boundary. But because he was in that, and so that is something that has to be on the field, right? So all I'm saying is just make it white all the way around, especially in the end zones where it doesn't look where it just gives you a better contrast. And again, I think it's a good idea, not just for the officials, but also for the players, right? Because again, if you're looking
you
out
just
of
want
your
to make it as easy as possible to catch the ball.
Right. If you're looking out of your periphery, and you glance down, you want, hey, if I'm in the red, I'm okay. But if I'm in the white, I'm not. Right. So I just think it's better for the players and for the officials. But again, that's just my own. That'd be my only critique of this.
Yeah, Mitchell says a white field with red end zones. John, your thoughts? A white field with red end zones. That would look cool on TV.
And then they could put corn silhouettes in the middle of the field. How about each line is just corn?
It's a corn emoji.
Just a corn stalk.
And a text, John, from the 402. Guy spends entire segment on radio talking about color of border, accuses university of possibly overthinking it. ... Wow. Your thoughts on that, John?
Really? We were just doing a segment about the field. I'm sorry. Good grief.
Max sent in a picture of the Rose Bowl field.
You don't have to ride in on your white horse all the time. Well, I got to defend the program.
Max says the Rose Bowl famously borders the end zone of with the team colors. However, they leave a green grass border outside the end zone paint. I think it looks the best and is most practical. And he did attach a photo. This was the Penn State-Utah Rose Bowl, which I believe was 2 years ago when this one was played, though maybe it was last year, honestly. I have no idea. Time is a flat circle. And it does look good, but yeah, I'm with you on just having a difference you want to help your receivers. That's what I keep thinking of is making it as easy as possible to catch the ball.
We did get this tweet from Philip.
Oh, yes.
Who said this field would mean Nebraska would win instant national championship. So his design has white end zones with the chicken scratch Husker script.
Oh, it looks so good.
And the old school football helmet at midfield with the NU in the middle.
Gorgeous. Absolutely.
Outside of the ugly chicken scratch Husker, which I've never liked. I like white end zones. That'd be kind of cool.
White end zone looks good with the red lettering. That helmet at midfield would be badass. I would very much think this is cool.
I would prefer, I don't care if it's this helmet, the old school helmet or the new one or whatever. I wish they would put a helmet at midfield instead of the big red end. I like the helmets better at midfield.
It does look really cool because, again, it's different. It's unique. We don't really see stuff like this. And I like the old school look. I also, speaking of the helmet on the field, go back to the gray face mask while you're at it. Just go old school. Everyone likes that. It's fun to go old school again with your looks. I think they should do that. That's my take.
Yeah.
I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
Yep.
When we come back, we'll discuss the Sugar Bowl yesterday. Notre Dame's going in. Kent is going to be standing by in the green room for Movie Club. That'll be coming up here in about 10, 15 minutes, so stick around. We've got more to come on this One Beer Friday. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Sorry, I had to leave my microphone for just a minute. I had to go get something from my bag. Behind the bag. And yes, Yippee, I'm glad that you heard breathing. I'm glad I am still breathing. For now, anyway. What's in my bag? Oh, just all my stuff. All of my stuff. Oh. Tony, the hair, I just haven't styled my hair. I showered before the show started. I just never. Problem is when you style your hair and then you wear headphones like I'm wearing right now, then it just kind of puts a big dent in your head. So I just decided not to style my hair. So yeah, I'm just letting the bangs, just let them flow freely. But it's definitely not emo. I am not emo. One of these days I'll show up on the show with my bed head. You'll really be scared. Folks are still wondering in our off the air, on the air chat during commercial breaks, what's up with the hair? Again, I just
Many are asking.
I haven't styled my hair. I haven't.
Prime genetics is what's up.
I
with that.
I haven't brushed it back and put any product in it, so it's just kind of hanging loose today.
Damn good hair.
It's
Just
great hair.
flipping into flopping. Just a flipping.
We're all jealous of that hair.
This is the way I used to wear it when I was a kid, just like this.
Yeah.
Where it was down, and then I knew it was time to cut it when I could look up, and see it dangling down.
Yeah, look, there's the photo. Oh wait,
there
never
it is.
mind.
Yeah, I mean, well, I do, but you can
there.
see the bangs. You can see the bangs hanging down out of the bottom there, like that. So yeah, that's all. It's just hanging loose, kind of like Notre Dame was yesterday, just hanging loose, taking care of Georgia, going to the championship Final Four. It's a beautiful thing, we both thought this was going to happen, Josh. We all picked Notre Dame, as a matter of fact, in predictions last week. I don't know. I just thought the way that they were playing, and certainly not, having Carson Beck was going to be a difference maker, though I thought, offensively, Georgia started okay. They just couldn't really maintain it. And then, let's face it, Marcus Freeman, in many respects, outcoached Kirby Smart yesterday. I mean, some of those play calls, the fourth down little whoopsie-doo on the, switching out the offense or the special teams for the offense, was brilliant. And Georgia wasn't able to really run the ball well. Notre Dame was able to run the ball enough, not great, but certainly enough. And, this is kind of what I thought might end up happening. And, the Irish, certainly of the teams that came into this postseason, I would say that the two that felt like were playing the best were Oregon and Notre Dame.
Yep.
And Notre Dame got the benefit. Famously, none of the teams who got buys into the quarterfinals won last weekend.
All low seeds won in this round. So every higher seeded team won in round one, and then every lower seeded team won in round two.
But Notre Dame, got that game out of the way. Kind of kept the momentum going, and just flat out played Georgia yesterday. And
John,
I felt like that was kind of what I was expecting to see.
Yeah, it's not your slightly older brothers, Georgia Bulldogs anymore. They are still very talented, but they are not as talented. I think they're a well-coached team. They don't look as well-coached as they had been. I don't want to, I don't really want to talk about off-field stuff, but man, John, the poor decision-making of the program in all facets has shown itself on the field this year as well. And that was something that we really did not see a whole lot of over the last few years, especially in the stretch where they won 2 championships in 2 seasons and they only lost 1 game combined. And that was to Alabama in the SEC championship game in 2021. They are not as good. And I'm with you. I thought Oregon and Ohio State, or excuse me, Freudian slip, because they're playing the best now. But I thought Oregon and Notre Dame were playing the best football coming in. And Kenneth says it. This ain't your older brother's Notre Dame program either. They're very good. John, I felt like so much of the conversation surrounding this game, I really wondered, like, how much were people really watching college football this year versus just saying, well, Northern Illinois, or well, they don't recruit as well as Georgia. It's like, all right, you can think that, but this is not that year. This is not 2 years ago. This is not 5 years ago. This is not 10 years ago. This Notre Dame team, I don't think they're going to win the title, but I think they're going to get there. They are on par now with all of these programs. The sport has flattened. The talent level is dispersed for a variety of reasons. It is not being dominated and lorded over by a couple programs. And we'll talk about this in the happy hour, but Nick Saban no longer being in college football, man, like, it's a vacuum. I thought Happer and Otson had a great discussion earlier, how we just kind of proclaimed that Kirby Smart was the next guy. And like, he won 2 titles and he won them in a row. So like, we certainly should give him his flowers. But there's only one Nick Saban, and him leaving the sport now, and then portal and NIL and conference realignment. And suddenly this year makes sense. As I have watched it, it has made sense. And that game yesterday, that game made sense to me. It was not a shock that Notre Dame outplayed Georgia. They'd outplayed Georgia all year long. The only reason to think Georgia was going to do it was, well, I guess 2 reasons. They're Georgia and they're Notre Dame, and that's just what's happened in these matchups the last 20 years. Well, it's a different season, and it's a different era now, I think, of the sport.
The Chinese New Year famously, you have year of the cat, year of the tiger, year of the monkey. This year in college football has been the year of the assumption.
Yes.
Where we just assumed that because certain things have always been true, that they always will be. And yesterday's game kind of bit back at 2 of those assumptions. Number 1, that the SEC is always going to be better. And number 2, that Notre Dame isn't what Notre Dame used to be. Well, you're right. In a way, Notre Dame isn't what they used to be. They aren't what they used to be the last few years. What Marcus Freeman has done around this program, and if you look at some of the guys, I mean, the Irish, people kind of forget, but for a while, and it's still that way. I'm not saying Notre Dame has necessarily lowered their academic standards, but for a long time, and I can remember because I watched during the Christmas break, I rewatched the 30 for 30, the Catholics versus the convicts. And, one of the through lines to that was, how things were tough for Notre Dame before Lou Holtz because, they were still bound by the academic stuff and all the other things. And again, I'm not saying Notre Dame has necessarily lowered their standards, but they were never a team that, took in a lot of transfers. Well, if you look back, I mean, Riley Leonard transfer, Jaden Harrison, who had the kickoff return, transfer, Bo Collins, the wide receiver, transfer. I mean, they utilized the portal, but they were still able to, do some of the things that Notre Dame has traditionally done. And then they've ridden the coaching of Marcus Freeman. And the other thing about Notre Dame is a lot of people wrote them off back in September because, oh my God, they lost to Northern Illinois. Well, as we're about to learn, if we haven't learned it already, teams can now lose games and win the championship. And in case of Notre Dame, sure, if they would have lost a second game,
they wouldn't have made it probably.
Maybe they wouldn't have made it. But you do get the 12-team field gives you mulligans. And even if you're using a big mulligan like Notre Dame did,
and they had to use a huge mulligan, man. They had to play it as well as they did just to make it.
They did,
they were blowing teams out.
But kind of like the old college football is, it's better to lose early than to lose late. Certainly that game happened earlier. But I think a lot of people, to your point, Josh, just kind of wrote off Notre Dame early on because they had that loss and just didn't pay attention. And sure, Notre Dame, they famously didn't have a lot of great teams left on their schedule, right? A couple of the teams that they played, traditional rivals, were down this year. So there really wasn't that. Oh man, we got to watch this because it's like a Notre Dame USC back in the.
It kind of flew under the radar for a lot.
They flew under the radar.
You had to go out of your way to watch
really,
Notre Dame.
Yeah, it used to be Notre Dame could never fly under the radar, but in a lot of ways they did this year. And so I think there were probably a lot of people watching that game yesterday who, again, year of the assumption, went in going, oh, it's Georgia. Who cares? Their quarterback's not playing. Doesn't matter. SEC speed, SEC strength. Well, Notre Dame matched them strength for strength, speed for speed. Xavier Watts had a great game, was named the most valuable player, the Omaha kid. So, yeah, I think if there's one thing that we have learned this year is do not make these general wide assumptions that have always been true in college football. Sure, we have Penn State, Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Texas, all blue blood programs in the playoff. But it's how we've gotten to this point that has changed the narrative a bit on what we have always assumed to be true. And I'm, I'm glad for it. I mean, I like it. I like the unpredictability. I don't like just automatically just crowning some SEC team as champion just because they can be. And let's face it, in an era where college sports is changing so dramatically, and I know some people are going to, retch when they hear me say this, it's kind of fun to see Notre Dame in position to be the national champion.
I couldn't agree with you more, man. It's like, as someone who grew up in an era where it was like, yeah, Notre Dame was this thing, but they're not anymore. I think this is pretty neat. And, not to just do the North versus South, but like, I was someone who was in the boat of like, you have to be a Southern team. You have to recruit at this level. You have to be one of those types of programs, or Ohio State. And that's kind of the list. And I think that we're learning that that's not the case anymore. As I do think we're staring down the barrel at another Ohio State championship. It does seem like the sport, again, flattening. It's changing, and Notre Dame is certainly taking advantage of it.
Yes, they are. All right, we'll have more on the playoff, obviously, next week. Thursday and Friday are when the games will be played. And when we come back, Kent Wogemont waiting in the green room. It is time for Movie Club. We're going to the Snack Shack. Next on 1620 The Zone. Max, I think Brian Kelly getting left in the dust as he has been one of the more enjoyable things of the last 2 years. That is one thing that has aged very well. Marcus Freeman greater than Brian Kelly. I know, Behringer fan. Hot mic. Hot mic. It's a hot, hot mic. It's a hot mic. Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club. Yep. Let the flippy floppy hair do its flippy flop during the movie club open. Hello, Kent. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. That hair is looking good, brother.
Yeah, I know. I've been explaining all day. It just isn't styled yet. That's all. We'll get it brushed back later. But for now, we'll just let it flip flop in the wind.
It's looking great, John. We love your hair, John. It's
Yeah.
amazing hair, John.
Whatever. How was your Christmas and New Year's, Kent?
Well, I worked on both days.
That's right. You did. You told us this a couple weeks ago.
So
Working man.
yeah, it was the New Year's. We get one of the holidays a year. You get a general assignment shift or a police, and I'm like, I can't do the cops, right? I am not capable of that. So give me a general assignment. So I got to go do the first baby of 2025 story on.
Oh,
Nice.
Oh, I think I read.
Child's name.
What's that?
What was the child's name, Kent?
Allie, a little girl, very little.
What number of baby is that? Like, what does that bring the Nebraska population to? With
Over
that
2 million, Nick.
Over 2
millionth baby.
Yeah.
They don't tag the babies with their number.
Yeah, Nick.
We used to do it on the farm all the time. Why not?
Wow, you freak.
Unbelievable.
How else are you gonna know?
Well, this was speaking of Nebraska. This movie.
Speaking of Iowa, actually.
Well, you were speaking of Nebraska, but Kent was speaking. We were speaking of the first baby born in Nebraska in 2025. Our movie this week has roots, and that's what we call it here in this Cornhusker State. We call it roots.
Mm-hmm.
It has its roots in Nebraska. It is Snack Shack, and it is streaming right now on Amazon. Nick, I believe this was your pick.
This was my pick.
Oh, yours. I'm sorry, Josh's pick. I'm sorry.
I don't know. Like, I was going to say, is this a coming-of-age film? And Wikipedia says that it's a coming-of-age comedy, so I guess it is a coming-of-age comedy. It's essentially set over the course of a few months in the summertime in Nebraska City as two very, very good friends, as they have many ways to make money in very quick ways. They buy a snack shack at a local pool, and they decide to run this together, all while both essentially falling for the same girl who is in town because she is a military brat and her dad is working out of Offutt, which, of course, as people who are listening to the show know, is not that far away from Nebraska City. There's also a family friend whose son served in the military and he is back in America. And he is obviously older than the main characters and is kind of showing them the waves and is there to kind of help them as they fight off various bullies. I mean, it's very much a typical movie in the sense of like, hey, it's teenagers doing teenage things. What I think sets it apart, Kent, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts because you gave none of them 2 weeks ago when we set this up. The dialogue is very quick. I think it's a very funny movie. A lot of profanity. If you like the F word, folks, this is the movie for you because they say it like 3 times in the first 30 seconds. It's a very quick movie. I saw it compared to Superbad, Kent, and I thought that was a pretty solid comparison, though maybe trying to have a little bit more heart at times. So that is Snack Shack, which was filmed in Nebraska. The director is also from Nebraska, loosely set on his life.
All of the above. My one issue with it was I think it's too long. I think you could cut 15 minutes out of that movie and not lose a single thing. But beyond that, the reason I didn't say anything the other day is I wasn't aware. I didn't know if you guys knew it was set in Nebraska. I didn't know if you knew any of that. And I didn't want to give any of that away just because that's kind of like, whoa. I mean, I knew what the background on this thing is that the director's name's Adam Remeyer. His dad literally was the judge down in Nebraska City. He worked at that. He and his buddy worked at that Snack Shack in the 90s, and he wrote this 90s movie, sort of semi-autobiographical, really nostalgic, really Nebraskan, and put it into basically the teen comedy formula, right? Because there's not a lot other than that ending that kind of goes, woo! There's not a lot that goes beyond the formula in it, but they do. It's really well done. It moves fast.
Yeah.
Some people called it like freewheeling, and I kind of like that description of it. The two interesting things to me, or actually the second or the other interesting thing, is the kid that plays Moose is the kid that was the Spielberg character in The Fabelmans.
Oh, really? I haven't seen that movie. He played essentially a young Steve Spielberg?
Yeah. In the movie The Fabelmans, which was a Steven Spielberg autobiographical kind of movie, there's a kid, teenager that wants to become a filmmaker, basically, and this kid plays him, and he was really good in that, but it couldn't be more opposite, because this boy, he's the wild guy, and the one, speaking of F-bombs, he's the chief deliverer of said F-bombs, and he was in The Fabelmans. A couple other things, I think that Nebraska, I don't think we should give away the ending or anything like that.
No, I agree.
I do think that it's fun. There's a host of Nebraska Easter eggs in there. Everything from there. Did you hear the reference to Mike Rozier?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh no, I missed that one.
Yeah,
when did that happen?
When they threw the pee at him. He's like, Mike Rozier.
Oh, I somehow missed that line.
Yeah, there's a reference to Mike Rozier. The AJ, the main, or I guess you'd call him the primary character of the two, buys Orpheum Theater tickets for Mannheim Steamroller.
Oh, yeah.
When I heard that, because I'm like, that's a very Omaha thing.
Oh, yeah.
Which instantly makes this now a Christmas movie.
Yeah.
How about when Runza shows up and it's the old glorious Runza logo? Bring back the old Runza logo. That looks sharp.
And they did all that stuff exactly right. They have the old license plates from that era.
Can't. Those license plates were gorgeous.
Yeah.
Bring them back, man.
No kidding, compared to the garbage that's out there now. And the one, and they shot it entirely in Nebraska. The state gave them a $200,000 grant to help. And so they shot it entirely in basically Nebraska City, and then outside the Henry Dorley Zoo, and there may be one other location.
They use Horseman's Park, which it's too bad that Exarban didn't exist anymore, because that, and Kent, you and I can remember, Exarban was quite the place back in the day. I mean, it was a very popular racetrack.
Oh God, yes.
And but yeah, obviously they can't, because otherwise they'd be shooting it where people now live and work, so it wouldn't work. But yeah, there were a lot of good Easter eggs.
And then the one thing they had to do in Nebraska City is that the city, that's a public pool that they work at, and it's the same pool he worked at. But the city built a new snack shack, so it looked like modern. So they had to build a snack shack that
it looks like it's from
the 90s. So they built that, and now that is apparently been moved to a ball field somewhere in Nebraska City where it's being used. I don't think it would be at their football field. Not that I haven't been there for like 10 years, but they have a, cinder block standard high school concession stand.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing it's at the baseball.
Yeah, probably little league fields or something like that,
like that.
Or softball fields. By the way, Gabriel LaBelle is that actor you were talking about.
There you go.
Who plays Moose in this film. I like the thing I guess I liked about it, picking up rather quickly. Actually, I had done a smidgen of research, so I knew this was based in Nebraska. The story was based in Nebraska, so I kind of knew that going in. But I guess the thing I liked about it, because it's outside of the ending, which again we won't give away because I think it definitely takes you in a different direction. But it has a lot of the same formulaic themes as a lot of coming of age movies. And we've done a few of them here on this show. Fast Times, for example. That it shows that, because a lot of the coming of age movies we've talked about, whether it's Super Bad or Fast Times or American Pie, they all take place in usually in nice warm weather places. It was nice to see that Nebraska got that we could have a similar experience here that they have elsewhere, right? Where you got two boys fighting over the same girl, that type of stuff. And I know that's just a little thing, being a lifelong Nebraskan, but I like the fact that, it just kind of showed that, hey, we have these types of things too, or these stories are possible here too. That was one of the things I enjoyed about this.
The one thing that and they can't really help but do it because of labor law, among other things, is once again, these kids did not look 14.
No.
Yeah.
But they can't, right? Because of, if they'd have had cast 14-year-olds, then you've got, teachers and there's all kinds of stuff you have to go through to use a kid.
They wouldn't be able to smoke.
And they couldn't smoke, and they could exactly. So, but I thought once you agree to that, you accept that. I thought they were all good, and it turns out that the girl and the kid that played AJ were actually going to school at UCLA while this was being made.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wild.
Kent, what do you know, or have you had a chance to talk to the director of this? You mentioned his story a little bit ago in terms of the autobiographical nature. Have you had a chance to talk? I have to imagine that you have, just given that he's now made.
I've talked to him not for this movie, but for his previous one. Mm-hmm. And he grew up in Nebraska City. Came to UNL for one semester and discovered that's where he basically figured out he wanted to be a filmmaker. And so then he went to Columbia College, which is in Chicago, which is a really good film school. And I believe this is his fourth movie, maybe. And
yes.
The previous one, is someone there on the Wikipedia?
Yes, I got it, Kim.
What's his previous movie? Dinner
in America.
That was very, very well received, sort of indie movie that got a lot of attention for him. And I think it's how he was able to get this movie made, which was distributed briefly theatrically, Paramount under the Republic label, which is a major studio release then. But then I think it played maybe for 3 weeks here or a month here in Omaha, Nebraska City, I don't know where else, and then went to streaming.
Yeah, because I'd be really curious as to what it was about going back into his youth, or, again, this is not, it's fictionalized as well, but like why this was the project that he wanted to tackle next. It's a very fun story. I very highly recommend it. I think it's a fun 2 hours to spend, but I wonder why this was the avenue he wanted to pursue next with his career.
Well, what I know of that is this is also a very nostalgic movie for the 90s, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Packed full of 90s nostalgia, which was, if you think about it, here's the other thing about this movie. This was a pre-pandemic film that started, then you got the actors strike, which is why it took so long to get here.
Oh, so they filmed this before COVID?
Well, they had started it before COVID.
Oh,
and
man.
Then, yeah, I don't know if they actually filmed anything, but it was on the way to be filmed during the year that there was the actor strike. So you couldn't do any filming. So that's why it took so many years for him. If you see Dinner, whenever that was, compared to this, it's like, why did it take so long? Well, that's why it took so long. Yeah, the COVID and the actors strike in the middle of that. And if you think about it, that pre-COVID time was really when that sort of 90s nostalgia was almost at its peak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're at the age now where people who are really thinking fondly back on the 90s are making movies because they are of the age where they grew up. Like, we're only a few years away, Cam, from early 2000s movies becoming, in more of the mainstream.
The 90s, 30 years ago.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, I'm trying to think, what did we have one? And I may have missed it because I was gone, but wasn't there one where it was something from the early 2000s?
Yes, we've already had one, and I can't remember what.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the name of it was.
100% right, but I think that's part of why this was the movie that was made. And if it had come out 2 years ago, it would kind of still fit with that. You get what I'm?
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, it's such a fun era to go back to, Kent, because it's like the very edge of pre-cell phone. It's like there's a couple of scenes, and I couldn't help but think of it, like where a character gets thrown in the water, and I'm like, oh, your pockets. But it's like, oh, they don't have to worry about that. It's 1991. You don't have to worry about pockets full of phones. But it's like, it's such a fun era because you're still just going out, knocking on doors, getting into trouble with your friend, and you don't have to, there's not the internet that's out there to mess things up for you.
Yep. Agreed.
Nick?
By the way, Mick, before we get to you, you were going back to Adam Raymeyer's filmography. His very first film was called The Bunny Game. It has a very different theme than this one. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Let's just say it fits in more with what we were talking about during the crossover and the Steely Dan.
Oh no!
Nice.
We'll just leave it at that and go from there. But Nick, go ahead.
I love coming of age movies, and I love like period piece movies just because it's really cool to see like a slice of life, just kind of in a casual way of how people could have acted and how things could have been or could have looked. And with this guy, obviously growing up in the area, he knew what things were like. I like seeing Midwestern representation in a movie like this, like exactly what John was saying, because it was a Nebraska small town, but I grew up in a small town in Iowa, and it was a similar kind of vibe. Not completely the same because it was the 2000s, but still. I think that some of it, what kind of not killed it for me, but what I didn't like as much about it is how in your face some of the Nebraska references were.
Oh,
it was very much like a get it, we're in Nebraska kind of thing. Like the very first shot with the Henry Dorley Zoo in the dome, which we had talked about earlier. And I get you have to do that as an establishing shot to be like, hey, we're in Omaha right now. But even other parts where, like when he and that guy are sitting in the tailgate of the truck eating runza, and he's like, how's that runza? It's like, yes, okay, I get it. Yeah, that could have been an Easter egg. Like you could tell from the bag that it was clearly runza.
Yeah.
But you didn't have to like, oh, how's that runza? Or even that it's like, oh, he's no Mike Rozier. Like that didn't sound natural. It sounded more forced just to have like a Nebraska reference, just to keep reminding people this is Nebraska. And I'm sure for people who grew up in that time in Nebraska, it was really cool. People like to see things that they grew up with that they know referenced in media. But for me, somebody who grew up in Iowa, I didn't care, and it felt more distracting because I liked the story. I liked the characters, but then whenever there was a very obvious, this is Nebraska kind of thing, it took me out of it just a little bit. I don't think it needed quite that many references. The Easter eggs would have been great. You know, that like the vending machine with the old Huskers logo on it that was just at the pool. That was awesome. I thought that was a really cool inclusion. But it just, when it wasn't beating you over the face with the fact that they were in Nebraska, I really liked.
You want to know? So I bet that would not bother you if you didn't know all the stuff about Nebraska.
It probably
I was
wouldn't.
wondering the same, because it's like if I watch a movie that's set in California and they're like making all these California references that just go over my head, I don't care.
Yeah, and I'm sure it wouldn't bother me. I'm not saying it wouldn't, but it, for somebody who didn't grow up in the era and in Nebraska, it kind of killed a little bit of it for me. But even like with Dazed and Confused or other movies like this, I feel like they don't try to deeply reference like Austin, because Dazed and Confused, that was supposed to be in Austin, wasn't it?
I honestly don't remember.
They never went out of their way to say it was in Austin. That's, if you want to look at what my high school days were like, Dazed and Confused is it.
Hell yeah,
sure.
Kent.
No, but I loved the movie and I loved the characters and how they interacted with each other. It was just the parts that took me out of it were just when they got to Nebraska about it.
Wow. This is your now, Nick.
Okay.
We give you housing and clothes and food.
That's fine. I didn't. I still don't. I didn't.
I wanna-
invade Nebraska.
Before we wrap things up on this, I did want, and again, I'm not going to reveal what happens at the end, but a lot of this, all these coming of age movies have basically the same theme. You know, there's usually a romantic theme. There's usually a conflict in there. I appreciated the swerve, if you will, and I would say it's kind of a double swerve for a couple of the storylines in it, just as a way to, just remind you, because not everything, gets, neatly packaged up and, everyone goes on to live happily ever after. I think it felt more like a real ending or a real life scenario than just your typical formulaic, here's act 1, here's act 2, here's act 3, we wrap things up at the end. I appreciated it for that, because it was something, it's not something you necessarily see in a lot of these types of films.
Oh, I agree. I think that's the stroke of originality in it, in fact. But I don't think we can really say much more than that.
No.
Or it would ruin it. And I'm sure that some people have seen it, but not in, I'm hoping that in this case that people find out about this movie, because it's a movie I think people in Nebraska would really like to see. And
I agree.
Don't want to give it away too much, because then, I hate that.
Yep.
And this wasn't like a blockbuster by any stretch of the imagination. So there you go.
I'm glad we were able to bring a little light to it, because obviously, you can get on, and by the way, it's streaming on Amazon Prime. It's a lot of those things where if you're, especially during the holidays, as we all just got through, where you're just scanning, looking for things to see, and you might see it flash by in the millions of different, logos that go by on the screen, and you just kind of pass by it and don't think about it. I hope that at least through this conversation, that some of you will give it a shot and see what you think, because, it does hit on a lot of things. And sure, despite what Nick says about hating our state as much as he does,
I never said I hated Nebraska.
I think a lot of folks in our audience will appreciate it, because it's I mean, we're not talking about complicated plots or anything like that. It's just a nice story. It's a
very digestible movie.
Also, the hot dogs and the stuff with the hot dogs,
that was hilarious.
Very, very, very funny. Very funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that may have in fact come out of life experience.
How about this too, from one of our listeners, Mr. Rick? My mom and my 6th grade teacher are in the movie.
Oh,
that is
man.
cool.
Fun.
So it obviously used a ton of locals when they were filming.
Yeah,
I could tell when they were at the meeting when they first got in for the Snack Shack.
When they gave up too much money. Yeah, that was all.
Yeah, the landing of that was very, very, very
good.
funny. By the way, just to confirm, yeah, John, you realize who his dad was, right? The main kid's dad.
Don't you guys didn't recognize him?
No, I knew who it was.
I thought that his friend's dad looked familiar. I couldn't pin who his dad was.
John, when I tell you,
it's
Yep. We had talked about the show earlier, Breaking Bad.
Yes, what was his name?
Both. He was in both of them.
Yeah, he's Gail Bedecker.
He was
Bedecker, Gail.
Gail Bedecker.
Oh,
He was
wow.
also in The Wire season 5. His character sucked in The Wire season 5, but yeah, that is Gail Bedecker. He's different now with the beard.
Very.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I saw him actually, and because I watched the movie this spring and that wasn't, it didn't occur to me or something, or I didn't remember. But when I'm watching it the other day, I'm like, wait a minute, who is that?
Yep.
I didn't completely, I don't think, recognize him because of the beard, and you don't expect to see him playing dad either, right?
Uh-huh. Yep.
And he was such an eccentric in Breaking Bad. That was just like, yeah.
Yes, he was.
It is. It's Gail Bedecker. Okay. Now, as soon as because I went back into Google, I was like, oh my, and I was trying to remember his name. There it is.
Exactly.
Well, the movie is called Snack Shack. It is streaming on Amazon Prime. Give it a go. Give it a check out. I think you'll enjoy it. And it was a good pick this week.
I love that guy's truck. I really love that.
That was a solid truck from
It's
the
a good
era.
truck.
All right, Nick, what are we doing next week?
So I wanted to pick one movie, but then I remembered what happened last. We're gonna have Jack next Friday.
Yes.
And I remembered last time I picked Asteroid City, and
he
Jack hated
it. Yeah.
It's like, oh, I have to watch. So I reached out to Jack and asked what movies he would like to see that he would like to talk about.
Okay.
And sorry, Josh, it's gonna be a music-based movie that I don't believe we've talked about.
Uh-oh.
It's gonna be Straight Outta Compton.
Oh, I've wanted to see this movie.
I believe it's on Max.
You believe it's on Max?
I checked like an hour ago.
Okay, let's
It's
confirm.
really good.
It is good. I saw
Hell
it
yeah.
once in college. I haven't seen it since.
All right. It is indeed available on Max. Also, good job to pick this movie when John won't be here.
What is that supposed to mean?
Are you into West Coast hip hop from the 90s,
Do you
John?
like NWA?
Oh, yeah, you only picked this because Jack is so desperate to feel like he's young. That's why you picked
By
it.
the way, I realized it because
Straight Outta Compton ain't young, baby.
I
Yeah,
know,
John,
but that's where Jack's mind goes.
by the way, I realized it when watching the movie last night that Jack is the age of those characters.
He
Jack is
absolutely
that
is.
era. Because they're like, yeah, I'm 14. And I'm like, well, Jack was born this year. I was like, Jack is that exact age. He should watch Snack Shack.
He
Hey,
should.
Kent, before you leave, I want to read this comment from Brandon. Let's all go around the room. What was the name of the movie again? Snack Shack. Would it be appropriate for a 15-year-old boy not worrying about swearing, but other stuff? Oh, yeah. If you're not worried about swearing, then
That's fine.
Yeah.
2 thumbs up.
Yeah, if you don't mind, that he might get a few new nuances on how to use some of that vocabulary.
Yeah, but no nudity. Does she get naked? The answer is no.
No.
The answer is no.
Mhm.
So a lot of
But
curses.
don't suggest the bunny game to your son.
No.
Also, do not Google blue waffle.
Don't Google blue waffle. Don't know how many times we have to say it.
A quick recommendation here. If you're remotely curious, I really liked A Complete Unknown, the Bob Dylan biopic.
Oh, really?
It's on my radar.
Yeah, it's really good. It may not be 100% accurate to this happened on this day, which has got some of the Dylan people all but I think it's really good. And Timothy Chalamet is very good playing.
He's going to win the Oscar, isn't he, Kent?
Could very easily. And it's well worth your time. So that's my highly recommended for this time period. It made my top 10 for the year. So
what did you think of Nosferatu?
Where I thought it was all right. Good.
Yeah,
I liked it.
Yeah, it was interesting.
How do you feel about the discourse that people can't take movies like Nosferatu seriously anymore? Because I was next to dudes at a theater who kept laughing at so many parts of the movie that they didn't need to laugh at. And I've heard that this is a theme everywhere else.
I think that's correct, because this is such an old school, old style, quote, horror movie that the modern horror audience goes in expecting something different, and they get something that could have been made in 1958, and they just can't. It's just not scary to them, and so therefore it becomes funny.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of Nosferatu, Pedro texts in, Nick probably hated Nosferatu because of too much Transylvania references. You're like, would you stop referencing that you're in Transylvania?
They actually didn't, but they did what I did like, and they were subtle about it, where you could tell they're in Eastern Europe, but they don't have to say, hey, how about that Transylvanian castle in Transylvania?
Interesting.
All right. Snack Shack is streaming on Amazon Prime. Can't we appreciate it? Have a great rest of your weekend, and hopefully it doesn't snow on us too hard.
Oh, I am ready. I have taken Christmas lights down. The snowblower just got started up and ran for about 10 minutes, so it's ready to go.
Good.
I will be doing both of those things tomorrow before it starts. So yeah, I'll be definitely working on that. Kent Wolgamott, Lincoln Journal-Star, Movie Club every Friday. Kent, take care.
I can't.
And we've got more coming up here as we're counting down towards Creighton basketball later tonight here on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. John Bishop here in Milwaukee, getting ready for Creighton basketball tonight against number 8 Marquette. The Jays certainly answered the call on Tuesday as they held off St. John's 57-56. That's 2 in a row for Creighton after the hideous loss at Georgetown where they got ran off the floor. And certainly, if you look at the point spread and the number has grown, it was open at 8.5. It's up over 10 right now. Marquette is expected to win tonight. They have, I mean, and I know I set up St. John's in a similar way 2 days or 3 days ago that, you look at the Big East right now and there's 3 teams that could perceptively, granted you've only played 2 or 3 or 4 Big East games, so you can't say anyone's run away with it yet. But when you look at how the teams played in the non-conference and just kind of the vibe that you're getting, and you check out, the Ken Palms and the Bart Torviks, it's basically, it looks like a 3-team race between UConn, St. John's, and Marquette. Marquette's been the highest rated of the teams all season long. They've got some good quality wins. Their losses haven't been terrible. They lost at Dayton and at Iowa State, 2 very tough places to play. But if you look at how this game matches up tonight, Marquette does one thing. Marquette, a lot of things that they do, they're not great at. I mean, it's not like they're a great shooting team. They're slightly below average in terms of shooting the 3. They're not a great rebounding team. They're good. I'm not saying they're bad. They're good. But the one thing that they do that really stands out is they turn teams over. And if there's one thing that Creighton does really poorly, is that they give the ball away. And so that's going to probably be the most telling thing tonight, is just how much of that plays out this evening. But if you look at the numbers this year, the Jays are one of the most giving teams in all of college basketball. They're near the bottom of the country. They're about 5.5, 6 turnovers to the negative in turnover margin. Meanwhile, Marquette is +7 in turnover margin. They're one of the top teams in steals, and that's one of the things they do to beat you. They don't turn the ball over themselves. So really tonight, the Jays, if they can take care of the basketball, they're going to be in this game. But if they get sloppy like they did, heck, even against St. John's where they turned it over 19 times, it's probably going to, resemble something closer to the Georgetown game a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, the thing that I can't help but think about in games like this, when they're on the road, playing at a good team, crowd is getting into it, like those turnovers at times, man, just feel like absolute backbreakers, because it just allows for things to compound on top of each other. And every time that I sit down and I think about this game, that is kind of what I see, or that is what I wonder if it's going to happen is, are they going to get into a spot where it's like, oh no, Marquette has the ball again. Oh, and suddenly Marquette's up by 6. Suddenly they're up by 8, whatever it is, because they're able to get takeaways and they're either able to lay it in fairly easily, or it just takes away a possession for Creighton that they suddenly cannot get back anymore.
If there's one good thing, Creighton has played well here in Milwaukee. They actually have a winning record. This has been a weird series since the two teams. And by the way, tonight's the 100th meeting between Creighton and Marquette. This is only the 3rd program, because remember, Creighton, most of their existence, they were not in a conference. I mean, they were in the Valley for roughly 40 years, from 77 to 2012. And then, of course, the last 12 years in the Big East. So they don't have a lot of old rivals who they've played a ton, but Marquette's one of them. And this will only be the 3rd team behind Drake and Wichita State that Creighton has had at least 100 games all time against. So tonight's the 100th game. But since these two became Big East rivals, Creighton leads by one game. But in Omaha, Marquette is 6-5. In Milwaukee, Creighton is 6-5. And then there's one game from the Big East tournament that they played a few years ago. So it's kind of interesting how these teams have played well against the other at their home crib. We'll see if that continues tonight, but this is a really, really good Marquette team. Cam Jones is certainly, if he's not the lead candidate right now for player of the year in the Big East Conference, he's certainly one of the top 3. Stevie Mitchell, who a lot of folks thought last year should have been defensive player of the year. He leads the country in steals, or one of the leaders in steals. Has really stepped up his offensive game. They're not particularly deep, but in a world where the transfer portal exists, Marquette has not taken a transfer in the last 3 years. And they have rolled out the same starting lineup in every game this year. They're only one of 24, 25 teams in the country that have done that. And in the last 3 years, they have had 8 different starters. That's it.
Dude, that's some old school. That's some early 90s basketball type stuff.
It is. So say what you want. I know a lot of Jays. I know a lot. I know a lot of people around the Big East aren't big fans of Shaka because he's sometimes a bit of a try-hard and tries to go out and play with the other 5 guys.
He wears a long sleeve shirt underneath his polo as a coach. Like that's just a weird look.
But I'll say this for Shaka. He has built a culture, and he has this, he has his guys playing a certain way, and they have been one of the best teams in the country the last few years. Maybe I know they lost last year in the Sweet 16. They should have probably gone deeper 2 years ago when they won 27 games, but they've really done something here that's pretty special. So we'll find out tonight, but 8:00 tip-off. Austin Jacobson will take over after we're done at 6:00 with Blue Jay shoot around, and then I'll take over from Fiserv at 7:30. Tip off shortly after 8:00 right here on 1620 The Zone and 101.9 The Keg. When we continue, have the playoffs changed your outlook on how Nebraska might fare in the next few years? Could the way these playoffs in this season have played out given you more hope that Nebraska might be destined for a playoff bid soon of their own? We did a poll question about it. We'll get some of that. And still to come, did the SEC suffer a mortal wound during this college football playoff? Yeah, Mr.
The North rises is what John is saying.
Arya Stark's getting all excited over here.
Let's go.
John, you're not that
Stark.
far in yet.
What's that?
You got many more seasons to go, John, before that stuff happens.
Yeah, I know. All right. We're back with more after this. 1620 The Zone. It might be a new year, but we still have a great email club at 1620 the email. Join today, and who knows what surprises Nick will have in 2025 for those of you who subscribe. Remember, those of you who subscribe to 1620 the email got the early bird on 4-quarter pick'em, which was a huge success this year. So there may be other surprises just like that.
Was last year. It's 2025 now.
Yeah,
I know. I'm just saying that was last year. I'm using that as an example of you never know what's going to happen.
Hey, John, that's a reminder. Happy New Year. It's so good to speak to you again in a brand new year. I missed you yesterday. Everyone missed you. They said, "Where is the guy with the bad takes?"
But
I said, "His
hair.
name is Nick Griffiths right there." And they said, "Oh, the other guy." I said, "Oh, that's John."
My takes are excellent.
You're getting roasted for the movie takes. You're getting cooked more than they were cooking dogs.
I'm getting
Nick.
roasted by Nebraskans because they liked a movie that referenced a bunch of things in Nebraska.
Wow.
Shocking.
This is a bad
crazy
take.
Who would have thought?
Bad take.
Well, the college football playoff is down to its last 4 teams. Certainly the way this year has played out has been rather interesting. We saw a couple of programs like Indiana and SMU shoot up the ranks and surprise some folks by getting in. And based on what we've seen so far, has it given you any more hope that maybe Nebraska could be one of those teams as well? I mean, it's a wide open field. Certainly, if you're in one of the 2 big boy conferences, SEC or Big Ten, you're going to have a leg up on a lot of the competition. We asked you a poll question today on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Will Matt Rule have Nebraska in a college football playoff within the next 5 seasons? 43% of you say yes. 35% of you say no, but they'll be close. And 21% of you said not even close, bud. So
I believe when we did, remember, John, about a year ago, after signing day, after the new year, maybe it was before the new year, you and I did the, what did we call it? It was like the Dylan Raiola time capsule.
The Raiola capsule.
Remember that? And
Yes,
I believe that one of the items inside of the capsule was in relation to Nebraska making it to a college football playoff with him as their quarterback. And of course, at the time, we thought that meant they'd have to do it over the next 3 years. Well, now it would be over the next 2 years if it's to happen under Raiola. And then
why can't it be 3 years? Why can't he play all 4 of his years?
I guess that's true.
Or maybe 4 more years because they might have a 5th year of eligibility.
Yeah, that's a tease. So that's interesting. Those would be the results. And you wonder, if we were to have asked this question a year ago, this exact question, would people have been more bullish on the answer than they are right now, given that at the time Raiola was an idea? Now you have seen him on the field. Year 2 of Matt Rule was an idea. Now you have seen it on the field. I wonder how that has shaped, for better and mainly for worse, the opinions that people have here.
Of course, winning cures all. I think the overall positivity within the fan base is, especially given where it was at the beginning of November when Nebraska crapped away a game against UCLA and was threatening to lose out and not make a bowl game. Certainly there was a lot of negativity, but a lot has changed in the last 2 months. I think the positivity has ratcheted back up. It's obvious. And by the way, speaking of poll questions, we still have our phase 1 that will wrap up over the weekend. If you haven't voted yet, it's still, 95% believe in 6 wins or more, and north of 50% of you believe it's going to be 8 wins or more. So you're all expecting, not all, but a lot of you are expecting the year 3 jump. But on the question at large of whether or not this gives you more confidence Nebraska can make a bowl game. I mean, I know Sam McEwen asked this, last week in a column of the 4 Big Ten teams, which team shows you the best path to Nebraska making the playoff. And I mean, honestly, Indiana is a good choice. I'm not saying Nebraska's, obviously they're not going to hire another coach who's going to bring in 10 players from his previous stop, but the concept of Indiana as, hey, if you catch the schedule just right.
That's what you are talking about.
And that's what I'm talking about. So I'm not talking about the Signetti path. I'm just talking about just in Indiana, a team that catches the schedule at the right place at the right time, catches a few teams who are on the downside, gets the right games at home, builds some momentum. I think that's probably the most likely path. And I think that you're going to see, especially out of either the Big Ten or the SEC or both, I think you're going to see examples like the Indiana example more regular than not, because these conferences are so big, and you can't play everybody else, where you're gonna get a few teams that are going to catch a schedule break. And I think Nebraska could be one of those teams. And I'm not saying that's the only reason or the only way Nebraska is going to make it. If they put together a really good team and, do a 10-2, like an Ohio State type, run, that's certainly possible. But I think it's more possible that Nebraska could end up being one of those teams that just catches the right teams at the right time and runs. And if Indiana can do it, I think Nebraska can do it. I think Iowa can do it.
Yeah, we talked about it on Monday, man. Ohio State, they were the one team that had to play the other three. The other three Big Ten teams that made it to the playoff, outside of Penn State, which ultimately did play Oregon in the Big Ten title game, in the regular season, they only played one of them. Penn State only played Ohio State. Indiana only played Ohio State. And then who am I forgetting? Oregon only played Ohio State.
Correct.
They got to avoid it. And and here was the part about the Indiana schedule that, again, is so wild to me, even all these days later, all these weeks and months later. They played the two teams that matched up for last year's national championship. They played Michigan and Washington. And yet, collectively, and rightfully so, we viewed their schedule as lesser than. And that is nuts to me that they could have had that schedule. If I would have told you in the offseason, and I know you were down on Michigan, but even to that point, to play like Michigan and Washington and Ohio State, we would say, well, and Nebraska, that's a pretty tough schedule. And only one of those teams ended up being really good in the end. And I know Michigan had a nice finish. They won their last 3 games, including the Ohio State and the Michigan or the Bama game in the bowl. But that is the path for teams, in my opinion, that are not Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State. I think you could throw Michigan in there. I think the path to those teams, to those 4 teams, it is the schedule it just breaks in the right way. And it really comes down to, you just have to take advantage of it. It's not even that you get the good schedule. It's that you don't lose. That was the thing that Indiana didn't do. They didn't lose. Texas, look at Texas's regular season schedule. In the end, they end up playing Georgia. And that's the only team ranked wise at the end that they played. And they lost to them, but they took care of business in the other 11. And then they made it to the SEC championship game, and they proceeded to lose to Georgia again. But it's taking advantage, of the teams that you have. All of that to say, this is a filibuster on my end. I have not given an answer. I think it's very, very tough. And I have definitely gotten into a point where it's I need to see it before I can believe it with them. But I would be lying if I didn't say, of course you should think that it's possible. If Indiana can make it, if Notre Dame has become a different program. But if all of these teams can make it, I think that, of course you can. It's just they have to play in a way, and they have not for years. They would just, it's the same conversation we were having in other seasons, John, but instead of can they be a top 15 team again, it's can you be top 15 and then be in the doorstep for the playoff? That's the only thing that's changed about that conversation.
Yeah, Nebraska has to learn how to win. They have to learn how to win in order to take advantage of a situation that might present itself like an Indiana did. The thing about Cignetti, and he was right about this, as much as people kind of made fun of him for it in the playoff game, he wins. And so he instilled a winning mindset around that team. And I don't think yet that Matt Rule has instilled the winning mindset at Nebraska. You can't say that. They're below 500 in 2 years.
Yeah.
So that hasn't, but if it does take hold, then yes, it is possible. But so a lot of the things, and I know we talk about external factors like schedule and matching up with teams at the right time, but much of Nebraska's ills are going to all be, or not ills, but what is going to prevent them from making a playoff berth is stuff they can control. Because at the end of the day, you're going to end up playing teams anyway. You're going to have to beat somebody.
Yeah.
And Nebraska hasn't learned how to win yet.
Yeah, they haven't even done the basic stuff a part of this conversation.
Exactly. That's why next year is going to be so interesting, because It'll be another year with a quarterback. Certainly, there's been some excitement of the players they've added in the portal, but don't forget, it was 1 year ago at this time people were excited about last year's additions to the portal. And so we don't know. But if they hit on the right combination, as a Notre Dame did, for example, then and they can instill the winning culture, yes, it is certainly possible. But for me, it's you got to prove it to me. You got to show me that you can do it.
Yeah.
Well, coming up next, the team that they beat, Georgia, is from a conference that now seems to be on the backslide. Did the SEC suffer a mortal wound to their reputation of being the best conference in college football based on what has happened in this playoff? We will discuss that and more as the happy hour is coming up next here on 1620 The Zone. But if you would like to help your favorite school, whether it's the Huskers, whether it's the Blue Jays, whether it's the Mavericks, help recruit and retain the best student athletes, On the Line has a great, fun way for you to now become involved. On the Line is a service that will allow you to make a donation towards your school's favorite NIL fund by using different measurable metrics. So, for example, you might say, hey, for the so many wins that my favorite team gets the rest of the season, I'll donate X amount of dollars. Or you could pick other measurable metrics. Maybe you have a favorite player. You can attach a number of points or rebounds or whatever the case may be. And On the Line will take care of all the rest. If you want to find out more, visit athleticsontheline.com. On the Line partners with Creighton, with Nebraska, and with Omaha. All those proceeds will go straight to your school's NIL so that your school can continue to recruit and retain the best student athletes. NIL is where things are going, folks. Whether you agree with it or not, this is now legal and it can happen. But the way to help and a fun way to do it is by visiting athleticsontheline.com. That's the website, athleticsontheline.com.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
It is a one beer Friday. You might want to head to the store. Of course, this is probably the worst time to think about going shopping right now because, as you know, before the first big snow event of the year, people decide that they need every food item possible off the shelves because they think they're going to get stuck in their homes for days on end. So good luck if you are doing that, or maybe just eat the Christmas leftovers that are probably still sitting in your refrigerator.
You probably shouldn't
January
eat those.
3rd. It's been 9 days.
Those are bad now.
Yeah.
Don't eat those.
I keep forgetting to bring in a bunch of pretzels that were dipped in chocolate. I was going to bring them to the station.
I love those.
Has it been too long for the pretzels that are dipped in chocolate?
Give those to me.
All right, I'll bring those on Monday. I'm going to
make-
set a reminder right now. Bring pretzels to Nick.
Oh, those are so good. Yeah. Thank you.
They're really tasty.
Well, it is a one beer Friday. We welcome you in on the Grum, and same as always, if you're drinking something heading into this weekend, send us a pic, and we'll retweet it from the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page. No beer tonight because some of us are working still. We still have plenty of work to do, so I'll have to wait until after the game.
Are you even going to get to eat before the game, John?
Hey, spoiler alert, what's for dinner is about an hour away.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we'll discuss later. Normally, no, especially when I'm on the road, and Marquette's a different place because we sit upstairs, so you got to get everything set up just right. So yes, you should throw out the Christmas Eve salmon.
Not a bad idea.
You should have thrown out the Christmas Eve salmon before you even ate the Christmas Eve salmon.
Only if it's been sitting out.
Nice to do with salmon.
John, we had fish tacos the other night. They were delicious. And I never thought of you, but now I wish I would have thought of you because you love fish.
Hell no.
It was so tasty.
You can wad that up and throw it in the trash.
Oh, sad.
Just as many people have done with the Southeastern Conference. They have wadded it up and thrown it in the trash. I'm sure your little, Ned Stark podcast was just goozing all over themselves.
Goozing?
With glee. The Big Ten, isn't it great? The Big Ten.
No, it's not, John. It's not the Big Ten. It's that the North is rising over the South. That's what we appreciate.
And who represents the North? The Big Ten. They ain't talking about the Big 12. They ain't talking about anyone else. Not talking about the MAC.
Kansas, Kansas State, Colorado, those are northern schools in the Big 12.
Oh, yeah, they all did great in the playoffs this year.
Notre Dame, John, famously not of the Big Ten, and they won, and it was celebrated by Doug LeMaurice and all of us in the KOTN hive.
What a bunch of dorks you are.
No, we're normal
Can you say
people.
you're a part of the hive if you haven't even been there for a year yet?
Well,
you seem a little like a poser.
Nah, hell
Hey,
no.
I just discovered this thing. I'm fully into it now.
It is awesome, though.
Well, speaking of the trolls, they've been out in full force, and this whole conversation really got ginned up a couple of weeks ago after Indiana got plastered in the playoff, and a lot of folks said they didn't belong, and people were mad at ESPN for carrying on that narrative. And now, in typical In typical social media, Twitter comeuppance, now the other side is rising up and basically being just as annoying as the previous side was.
No, we are not being as annoying as
Oh,
the
yeah.
other.
Oh, yes, you are. Oh,
Man,
yes, you
I don't like this contrarian SEC John. This is
No.
not a character
Hold
that
on.
I've enjoyed.
I am not an SEC guy. I don't like either of these conferences because of what they're doing to college sports.
But you're
I
a
want them both
contrarian.
to fail. I want them both to die.
What does that look like? I don't even know what that means.
I don't know either, but I know this. I don't.
ACC to be the new power conference.
Interesting.
I'd rather we have conferences
against
that actually represent their regions, but I'm probably again wishing for things that will never ever come back. But speaking of trolls, Dave Portnoy, who is of Michigan,
And Nick's favorite podcast host
tweeted out that the SEC is officially a dead conference.
He's
Lane Kiffin, who basically Lane Kiffin was very busy on Twitter yesterday after Ole Miss
Didn't he
won
have a
their
game
bowl
to
game.
coach? What is he doing?
Well, no, this was all after the game. This was all
Doesn't he have
after
a
the game.
plane to fly on? What is he doing?
But
Wow,
he responded, "Slow down." But there have been a lot of folks. Look at this.
Oh, look at that paragraph.
How about Chipper Jones? You don't normally think of the SEC and former Atlanta Braves star Chipper Jones, but even Chipper has been getting chipper about this conversation. He wrote, "A lot of hate lately versus the SEC because they're having a down year and may not win the Natty. I think Ohio State, Notre Dame are the two best teams as we speak. Now let's look at the 170 to 26 or 170 to 26 record in men's basketball.
Who cares?
Let's look at top 25 in baseball.
What? Who cares? This is about football.
Baseball.
It's not about other sports. Nobody cares.
Let's talk about baseball.
This is about No, Nick, we will not talk about baseball. This is a football conversation.
You're a football
It is a football conversation, but I thought it was interesting that Chipper came to the defense of the SEC. He is definitely of Atlanta. There's no doubt about that.
Where did he go to school? Where did he go to college?
Miami.
Wow. So
Yeah.
he's not even an SEC guy. He's an ACC guy. Or
Now,
Big East.
this was a theme that I noticed a lot of yesterday as I was perusing the For You tab. But basically the theme is the reason why this is the reason why this is happening is because now NIL is legal. And the implication is, well, now it's legal and everyone can do it versus what it was before when the SEC was doing it all under the table, which is to imply that other schools weren't also paying players, which is a downright lie.
No, you know what it is. It's not that they weren't paying players. It was that the SEC was paying them more, and now other schools are finally catching up to what they were able to do.
Because it's now legal? I think that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. They were, yeah, it is. It's ridiculous.
No, it's not.
Who's to say they're not paying them more now?
John, here's the argument that I would make to go to non sports for just like a second. There were people that never bet because it was either A, it was illegal and they didn't want to do it, or B, they just didn't want to go through illegal means, aka getting a bookie. And then sports betting became legal and they all decided to jump in. You don't think that Big Ten schools or Northern schools are like, now we can do this? We are going to operate in an entirely different way. Just like a lot of people are.
That's implying then that the people in the North, we had scruples and we were above doing things like that, which I don't think is true. I think it was happening everywhere. Happening everywhere.
I'll disagree.
I mean, because the idea is, because this was it all the time. It was never that Nick Saban and Alabama were better than anyone else. Oh, they're just paying everybody. Well, that's just such a lazy narrative, because if you don't think Nebraska wasn't paying people, if you don't think Ohio State wasn't paying people, you don't think Penn State wasn't cheating out of their ass, you're crazy.
It's that they're paying more now. That's the argument. It's that they're paying more.
And certainly there's a chance that there could be some more evening out, but that has been a popular refrain. So then the question is begged to be asked, because this is going to be, likely.
This is the narrative now of the sport moving into the offseason. This is going to be the discussion.
This is likely, and it really, again, it got this way because everyone kind of went into their corners and came out fighting. And I predicted this would happen. Remember when we talked way back in August about the 12-team playoff is going to ignite more debate over perception and strength of conference perception than we've ever had before. Because back in the old times when it was just 4 teams, you were only picking what you thought were the best 4 teams, but now you're going deeper in the pack, if you will, and the depth of a conference, or the perception of the depth of a conference, is going to be more of an important argument. And sure and lo and behold, that's what happened. We started seeing it in October, and it got warmer in November, and it fired up in December, where SEC coaches were banging the drum and saying, no, we played a better schedule. Our teams deserve to be here. And we saw that. And I think that's going to continue to play out as long as we have these expanded playoffs, provided that we still have other conferences to deal with. But, the fight between the Big Ten and the SEC is only going to get stronger. And this is maybe one of the reasons why some people are pining for guaranteed spots, right? Because if you have guaranteed spots, that certainly can take away some of the argument. But now the question will be, and you're right, going into the offseason, the question's going to be, did this season do irreparable damage to the current perception? I'm not saying that this year is going to kill the SEC. The SEC's dead. No. But the perception that we have had for, I'd say, at least the last 15 years, that the SEC is clearly the best conference in college football. Did this season kill that narrative, or is it killing that narrative?
It's a great question. And the thing that I thought of at first was the 2006 season. And for those of you who either A, don't remember, or maybe are just too young to remember, that year, Ohio State was like this runaway freight train of a program. They had finished the 2005 season strong. They beat Michigan. They went and they won their bowl game. They had, was it Troy Smith was their quarterback, John? Mm-hmm. And they were just running roughshod. Ultimately, they played in a 1-2 game against Michigan. They beat Michigan. They went to the championship game. They played Florida, and it was like, they are unequivocally the best team, and they are going to win the championship, and they're going to finish this year. And Florida came in, and they beat them so bad that that is the beginning of the SEC greater than every other league era. That is the beginning of SEC speed. I don't recall ever hearing SEC speed until that exact moment in time. And the Big Ten, it took, I would say, until Ohio State won in the first year of the playoff, which was 8 years later, for that to dissipate. And even then, it was, well, yeah, but that's Ohio State, and that's Urban Meyer. He cut his teeth in the SEC, so it doesn't really count. And so you had this whole decade, essentially, where every time a Big Ten team would play an SEC team, they would lose. Every time. In like a meaningful moment. They'd go to a bowl. Ohio State was like the poster boy of this. They lost that year in 2006 to Florida. They lost the next year to LSU. They went and they played USC, which isn't a Southeastern school, but they lost to them. And it was like every single time these schools would go and they would play. And Oklahoma fell victim to this. I'm trying to think of other schools. Michigan fell victim to this against a variety of schools. And it was so tough. And you just said it. Perception became that the SEC is better than everybody else. And I think it wasn't just perception. It was showing itself on the field. They were winning championships. And then they were doing all the other ancillary stuff. They were recruiting the best players, and they were putting the most guys into the NFL. I think what is so interesting about this exact moment in time is that, leading into the playoff selection, the arguments were being made. Indiana gets bludgeoned. The next day, SMU doesn't play very well against Penn State. And then Clemson loses. And there's this whole groundswell of, oh my gosh, it should have been Bama. It should, even though that ignores the fact of who Bama had lost to in the regular season or Ole Miss had lost to in the regular season. And then Tennessee gets smoked by Ohio State. And then what happens over the last few days? And I think a school, John, like Alabama last year falling to Michigan, or a school like Georgia falling to Notre Dame, it's different, in my opinion, when those types of brands or those types of programs fall to those schools versus Ohio State. Because Ohio State has long been viewed as there are the northern schools or the slow Big Ten schools, and then there is Ohio State. And that's mainly because of the Urban Meyer era. And I'm curious to see what perception is, because, I think it's inarguable that this was certainly a step back year for the Big Ten. Or the SEC, excuse me. There just wasn't a dominant team. There weren't dominant teams. A few years ago, Georgia was great. A few years before that, LSU was great. This year's conference didn't have that, and I thought that in a way, perception-wise, outside of I never was blowing smoke this year with the SEC, but a lot of people were. And I guess I'm curious to go back to the point that you made a few minutes ago about everybody going to their battle stations, right, in this era and having to make arguments. I do wonder what kind of leg those who are going to try to defend the SEC are going to have to stand on. Just because, it's taken a step back, and the power vacuum of Nick Saban being gone, I think is pretty interesting in terms of what it means for the league moving forward.
I think it has definitely taken a hit. I won't be as aggressive as to say it is a permanent hit. And now, we certainly could be transitioning into a different era, but with so many different variables that we have today that we did not have back then, I think the potential for a little more of this, call it chaos, is there. And certainly the folks who will still continue to wave the SEC flag will look back at longevity and history, right? Which is fine, which is perfectly legit. But that's what makes this year so unique, because we just assumed that not only was the SEC better, but it was better from top to bottom. And that's where the 12-team and the multi-team playoff has helped expose some of those things, because the idea was, it's the depth of the league. Well, as we found out, the league maybe wasn't that deep. And certainly the Big Ten got more teams in. Now, you can also say that the Big Ten was very top-heavy because they had 4 really good teams, and then everybody else was not. And so I don't think if you're a Big Ten honk today, necessarily wave the flag and say we've got the best conference top to bottom. Now, some
Michigan and Illinois did win games against.
I know, but I will not. I got to be consistent on this, Josh. I will not take bowl games into account. I just can't, because we don't know what the motivation factor is. The sad part of it is, and this is why I have been going to bat forever, that we need better non-conference games. We need the ability to judge these schools and these conferences against each other before the playoff. But the problem is the only time we really get a chance to see them actually play a lot is in the postseason. But we don't know, is this team, do they have all their players? Are they playing at 100%? Is this team right? So I know a lot of folks will look at the playoff, and or at the bowl games, and they'll say, hey, look at Bama. They didn't deserve to be there. I will take as much stock in saying that doesn't prove me anything as last night Ole Miss taking Duke to the woodshed proved anything. Just because Ole Miss, if you're one of those people that says, well, see, Alabama didn't belong because they lost to Michigan, then you can't also say that, well, but look, Ole Miss should have been there because of what they did to Duke. So I'm going to be consistent and say that the bowl, I can't necessarily use the bowl games as a determining factor for me, but I do understand why people do it, because it's really the only time we actually get a chance to see these conferences play each other. And so I hope at some point, if we could somehow take the bowl matchups that we get,
play them next year.
And I'm talking about non-playoff, right?
Yeah. Play them next year. How awesome would it be if you did like a Big Ten SEC challenge, right? And Michigan played Alabama next year.
Well, but I would also hope that the ACC and the Big 12 could get some opportunities as well, because look at Arizona State.
Yeah.
If anything, this year, and sadly they're not around to defend themselves anymore, but you had 2 Pac-12 schools in the playoff. You had one who was the only undefeated team left in the country, and you had an Arizona State team that really acquitted itself very well against Texas.
Oh, yeah.
And so going back to what I said at the very beginning, this is why I don't root for the SEC, and I definitely don't root for the Big Ten, because I want to see the Arizona State stories, and I want to see the SMU stories, and I want to see, those schools that aren't born on third base. Because if you're in the SEC or the Big Ten, you're born on third base. It doesn't matter if your name is Vanderbilt or Nebraska or Ohio State. If you're in the Big Ten or the SEC today, you're born on third base, both monetarily and perception. But I also want to see some of those other leagues, get their opportunity as well. If we could somehow take the bowl matchups that we get today, now,
Get them in the regular
and
season
have them
with
in the regular season in September.
Be awesome.
We would be able to structure a better argument for who should be in and who should be out versus just saying, well, Indiana didn't play anybody, or how come Texas is getting the benefit of the doubt because they didn't play anybody, and we kind of eliminate some of those things. But I don't know if we will get that kind of cooperation or not.
Yeah, a couple other things. Looking at future Alabama schedules, and who knows, right? You never know how long these will actually stay on the books. But over the course of the next few years, Florida State's on their schedule. Obviously an ACC school. Next year they play at Florida State. They also have Wisconsin in the non-con. They have a home and home with Ohio State coming up towards the end of the decade. They have a home and home with Notre Dame coming up in 29 and 30. Ohio State, you look at some of their future schedules. They play Texas next year in week 1. They're also at Texas a couple of years from now. Of course, I'd already mentioned the Alabama games. They have a home and home with Georgia later on in the decade, or maybe into the 2030s. Michigan is playing a home and home with Oklahoma. They have the second game of the home and home at Texas. They have Notre Dame, which is actually an old school rivalry. So, for now, we still have these games on the books.
Fingers crossed.
Yep, let's just hope that they stay. A couple other comments, multiple ESPN comments. Ian says the SEC will never die with ESPN propping them up. Zell says the problem is what also went into SEC lore was bowl game results. ESPN played into that with keeping track of it. And Michael says, the SEC dominance narrative did take a serious hit this season, combined losing in the non-Southern sites to Ohio State and to Notre Dame, who has been tarred for years as being slow, out of step, will never win again, etc., and the image has been tarnished. I think that is the best answer. It's not, are they dead? No, they're not dead. Tarnished, yes, because I was having a conversation with somebody about this earlier today. I don't care about draft picks. Not to say it doesn't tell us a story. It does. Talent level matters, of course. You and I did hits, misses, and guys for years. But I feel like, John, because you and I did that, we are, in a way, really well equipped to talk about talent level versus actual results. Nebraska was more talented than Wisconsin and Iowa, Northwestern, and all these schools for years and years and years. And yet we watch the games and either A, they didn't look as talented, or B, they just lost, and it doesn't matter. And so, yeah, Alabama will have a lot of draft picks, and Georgia will have a lot of draft picks. But this is college football. And recruiting rankings and draft picks and point spreads, all those things are great, and they help me understand and put into context what I'm seeing on the field. But college football, like every sport, is about playing on the field. And I cannot ignore the results on the field just because it doesn't fit my brain but I thought Georgia had more 5-stars, so they're still the better team. No, and that was the argument that a lot of people had. There was that goofball that runs one of the Senior Bowls who was like, well, I can tell you this, the SEC has more players that will get drafted. That's great. But Nebraska, for as talented as they were in the 90s, they still didn't have maybe as many draft picks as a 3- and 4-year national champion would, especially on the offensive side of the ball, because they were built to win college football, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And that's what it's about. It's about winning a national championship, not about getting 8 first. Kentucky has had so many first-round draft picks in basketball. But do they win championships? No. In the end of the Calipari era, they weren't winning titles, and that's what ultimately matters.
On the network front, it's another one of my predictions that came true. I really thought that we would start to see the networks kind of go into their corners as well. And now that ESPN no longer has any stake in the Big Ten, and they've certainly put a lot of their eggs in the SEC basket, while the Big Ten went out and strengthened their relationship with Fox, picked up another partner in CBS, picked up another partner in NBC. You're starting to see the networks and their pundits move to their corners, and so that's why you got a lot of criticism of Kirk Herbstreit and the guys on
Joe
ESPN.
Flatt says one thing, Herbstreit says the other.
Exactly, and and while that certainly adds to the argumentative nature that has always been prevalent in college sports, it's one of those things that's rather annoying because you want to go to, not to get on a media blitz here, but you want to go to these networks to enjoy the games, not feel like, oh, now I'm watching ESPN, so I know it's going to be an SEC homer broadcast, or I'm going to Fox, now I know I'm going to get a Big Ten spin. You just kind of want to watch the games and kind of judge for yourself.
Yeah.
But now it's becoming harder to do. And judging by how things went this year, I think next year is only going to get more intense on that front, as we have seen how much perception still runs this sport. You can add as many playoff teams as you want, but perception in this sport is still going to matter more than it does in just about any other major sport that we have. It is still a very subjective system. And as much as we want to, be more inclusive and allow more teams in, more opportunities, and decide the champions on the field, at the end of the day, the perception is still going to matter greatly. So,
well, then I'm curious how they'll spin it, because most likely Ohio State's going to beat Texas, and that means we will have a North-on-North game, and it could be all Big Ten, and that would be the second straight North-on-North game. So it's like I would be curious, like how do you spin that? When it would be 2 straight years of it. And I know that they'll do their darndest, and I know that draft picks will be said more and more. But, going into next year, you keep saying it, but like the lines are drawn. Get to your battle stations, and that's how it's going to be. I'm someone who I feel like I floated between these worlds where, when a lot of people talked about SEC bias, I pointed but look, they always win these games. And now I just don't think that that's the case anymore. The more interesting question, we got to go to break, and the show's almost over, the week's almost over. But the why this has happened is the question that I want to figure out, because is it still COVID eligibility, which is around? Is it the portal and NIL flattening things out? Going back to the very beginning of the discussion, are Big Ten schools suddenly paying more? It is everything and nothing at the same time. But what is it? Nick Saban leaving? What has happened to college football? Because for the majority of my adult life, it was like, if you want to be a champ, you have to do this, this, and this. And it seems like that is changing for whatever reason, and I still can't figure it out.
I think we had this conversation a few years ago when we were discussing strength of schedule and perception and all this other stuff. These things are cyclical.
Oh, they definitely are.
This was bound to happen. The SEC was not going to be on top of the world forever. But figuring out the why, I think there's a lot of different layers to that conversation that we can break down as well. Got more coming up. We're going to do some predictions for this week. A lot of games of importance. Well, a few games of importance in the NFL. Some good college basketball coming up as well. So we'll do that and have more as we roll on with Unsportsmanlike Conduct. One Beer Friday, 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Before we get to predictions, and there's a lot to get to in predictions, let's hit a couple of topics today in content. Nick, dealer's choice.
Nebraska plays the University of California in Los Angeles in Lincoln tomorrow. It's only the second time these two teams have ever played, and the first time it's in Lincoln. Is this the biggest Nebraska home game in years? Decades? Ever?
No, it's not the biggest ever. I mean, this isn't the UCLA's good. I'm not saying they're not good, and it's always cool to see a blue blood program come in. But no, this isn't John Wooden's team coming in here, fresh off national championships. It is a big deal. It's more of a big game because of what it could represent for the season, because this is going to be one of the teams that is challenging for the league crown. So it's an important game for this season. But if you're looking at it big picture, is this No Sit Sunday part 2? I don't think it's that, namely because it's early enough in the season. But I do think it is important from, where does Nebraska actually stand? Because this will be the first time Nebraska's played one of the meatier Big Ten foes since they took one on the chin. Meaty.
Oh, not like a big meteor game?
Meteor team since they took one on the chin at East Lansing a few weeks ago. So this is big for this season, but we're not talking one of the biggest ever. But it's cool. It's cool to see UCLA come into the building.
I agree with you. So what is the biggest game ever? I mean, you said No Sit Sunday there just in passing. Is that the biggest home game that Nebraska basketball ever had? I mean, like, has it locked up a tournament berth? Come on, John. You live
I don't know. I
don't
know.
I'll reach out to Kemp.
I was going to say, as somebody who's closer to Nebraska basketball, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, how many times did they play Kansas, when they were number one, or play any of those other great teams, Doc Sadler beating Texas? I mean, there's a lot of them.
Saquon Barkley is sitting out Sunday's game versus the Giants. He's 101 yards away from rushing for the most yards in an NFL season. Is this the right move?
Yeah, obviously. I'm stunned, and Moaf has told me that there has been quite the debate amongst the Eagles fan base about what to do with this, and I am shocked by that. The answer is obvious. You don't play him. What are you talking about? You're trying to win a Super Bowl. Like, a record is cool, and also, and John, I wouldn't even engage with this crap because schedules expand, and you only can do what you can do in that new schedule. But there would be a dumb debate, too, of, well, he did it in 17 versus 16 versus 14. Like, OJ has the record, if we want to be honest. Nick O.J. Simpson is the GOAT single-season running back.
The football player? The author?
Football player. So, yeah, it's obvious. Why would you play him? That would be dumb.
No, you want to win. You want to win in the playoffs. You want to go to the Super Bowl. Saquon Barkley is going to be a huge factor if they get there. The last thing you need to do is pursue something like this. And listen, he's had a great season, and it's worthy of it. But this is one of the issues when you expand the regular season, is it cheapens some of these records, because Dickerson did it in 16, Simpson did it in 14. It's not necessarily comparable. So is it really that big of a deal if he clears, the next 100 yards? Because then you'll have that conversation. No, the bigger deal is you want to win, and you can't win without Saquon.
And finally, really quick.
Oh, wow.
We have so many
I know,
things
we
to
have
get
a
through.
lot of predictions. I know.
The holidays are over, boys. The snow's here, and the long, dark winter is only beginning.
Oh, God.
Is the countdown to spring and college baseball on?
John, spring, baby. I keep thinking about it. 2 months from now, it'll be March. It'll be springtime. And then it'll be spring football.
Creighton
and that means we'll be
baseball.
counting down to football season. It's going to be glorious.
This is gross.
Why do you hate the college?
No one should be excited for spring football ever.
Why do I hate the College World Series?
Yeah.
Why do you
love
hate
it.
the College World Series?
I love the College World Series.
John, why do you hate the College World Series?
Well, I don't hate the College World Series. I work the College World Series.
Yeah, we know. Oh, that's why you hate it. My bad.
I love watching history happen before the greatest show on
John,
dirt.
I finished the Franzen novel on New Year's Eve. Great stuff.
What about the Breakfast novel? Where are you at on that one?
The Breakfast
The
novel?
one by Jonathan.
Oh, John
Fruit
U.
Salad.
Bacon. I have not read that book. I still have it. But I started a new book via the recommendation of Mike Schaefer on New Year's Day called Little Fires Everywhere, and I'm enjoying that so far.
Feels like one big fire would be more effective than a bunch of little fires.
2025, John, is the year of reading. Do you want to join me, John, on my reading journey?
It won't be this weekend because, God willing, I'll be getting Christmas lights down before the blizzard hits.
All right. Every week I'll ask, every Friday, have you joined me on the reading journey yet? We'll see if we can control the galaxy.
I feel like it'd be easy to take down
As
those
father
lights.
and son.
Just like John, just get a hook and then yank. Christmas
Get a
lights
hook
done.
and yank.
I'm not going to break my gutters or my Christmas lights doing that. That's ridiculous. Speaking of the control, Josh has lost all control over predictions. You'll find out why next. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Pretty good.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
Well, a little bird told me that things could get very interesting in this, our shortest round of predictions of the 3 rounds we do every year. Josh got out to a huge lead after a couple of weeks, and, well, wouldn't you know who won the pony? Josh has gone from the penthouse to the outhouse.
Sad.
He's now in last place, thanks to a 4-9 week, and Nick, for the first time in months, decades, is technically in first place. I mean, he and I have the same number of wins, but I have 2 more losses because of our point system. So technically, if the season ended today, Nick would be our champion.
Well, I don't like that.
This is usually my good segment too. I think John won last year, and that's the first time I hadn't won since I've been on the show.
I don't like this. I don't like being bad in predictions, and I need to get back to
I've
being
won 5 times in a row.
Yeah,
so
but I was in first place for a couple weeks, as you just mentioned. I want to get back to being in first place.
Well, just like at the end of last round of predictions, you were in first place by a whole lot, and then I destroyed you in the last month. So.
And now, instead of being in first place, you're in first poop.
Yeah, I don't like it. I'm in Poop Town, as Scott Van Pelt would say. Poop Town.
But the Illinois prediction was the one that jumped me up. I got the 2 points for the upset because I had picked Illinois to cover the 9.5. Well, lo and behold, they won the game.
They did indeed.
So, I mean, betting on the Big Ten, baby. That's the way of the new year. Betting on the Big Ten.
Yeah, as we just talked about in the happy hour, this is the conference of champions and future champions. So shout out to the Big Ten or Notre Dame. I don't think Penn State. What do you mean, John? If they win, you know that if a Big Ten team wins and they have 2 remaining, we could have an all Big Ten national championship. Be the first time since the 60s that current Big Ten teams won championships in 2 consecutive years. It's been a while.
I don't. You probably can't.
Why are you defending the South? I still don't understand.
I'm not defending the South. I'm just not rooting
states'
for the
rights,
Big Ten.
John.
Why aren't you rooting for the North?
I want both of these leagues to die a horrible
You
death
have to
because
root
they're
for
trying to
somebody.
I do. I root for I root for college football and college sports to survive without these two running everything. Sadly, I'm like a salmon swimming upstream. I'm not going to win that. So.
That's why we call you Salmon John.
I am salmon. I am salmon boy. Well, here we go. So here's what's going to happen. Obviously, we'll do our regular predictions here, but then next week, because the college football playoff is actually kicking off on Thursday, the semifinals, we will move up next week's predictions to Thursday. So both of the semifinal games we will cover next Thursday in predictions. So we can focus solely on what is, Josh, the most thrilling, exciting, drama-filled Week 18 in National Football League history.
Dude, the closer we get to the games this weekend, like the worse the slate is to me. Like it's just like really, really. There was a chance that we were going to be out and about a little bit on Sunday, and at first I was like, "Oh no, I don't want to miss the NFL." So last week of the season, I was like, "But would it really be that bad? As long as I'm on my couch for the Sunday night game, everything's going to be fine."
Listen, God is telling us
G-O-D?
with the yes, G-O-D. God is telling us with the weather he has forecasted for this weekend that you must be on your couch all weekend long watching the NFL. By the way, I count 1, 2, counting on the radio is great. 3, 4 of the games this week have a spread of 10 points or greater.
Dude,
including, and we are going to be picking 3 of them because we can.
Yeah, and wait till we get to the game that kicks it all off tomorrow, which has one of the biggest spreads in NFL history. Oh, by the way, real quick before we get into predictions, when are you coming? You're coming home tonight, or are you coming home tomorrow?
Yeah,
okay, good, awesome. So
we'll
you will get to avoid all the crap.
I will get to avoid the crap. The goal for tomorrow will be to attempt before the snow starts to get the Christmas lights off the roof.
Good luck.
But that all depends on the timing of the arrival of Snowmageddon 2025. All right, here we go. Predictions. We'll start with some basketball, Nick.
Oh, jeez, Nick.
Basketball.
Yeah.
I know. It's your favorite sport. Tonight at the building here in Milwaukee that I will be at, the Big Toboggan, because it looks like a big toboggan.
You're just about to leave. We're going to say goodbye to you soon.
Yes, 5 Surf Forum. Creighton and Marquette. Stephen Ashworth, who is on a pretty good run here. He's scored in double-digit points all season long. He's got one of the longest streaks starting a season in Blue Jay history. The over-under on his points tonight, 16.5. I will take the over.
I'm going to go under, even though he has not had fewer since the Notre Dame game, the last game for John in Las Vegas when he was there for over a week. I will go. Yes. That was over a month ago already, John. I'll go with the under.
I'm also going to take the over.
Well, I mean, you could have said I'm also going to, and then
that's true.
You've been right either way.
Yeah, that's true.
Could have been right either way.
Yeah, indeed.
This is a battle. We talked about it earlier in the Grum of one of the most giving teams in college basketball, Creighton, and one of the most taking teams in college basketball, Marquette. We have passed the holiday season, so the time for giving gifts, I would hope, is over. But turnovers committed by Creighton tonight, 16.5. Over or under?
Over.
Yeah, I think Creighton's going to go to the bakery.
Nice, Nick.
I mean, 16.
It's a lot of turnovers.
It's a lot.
And 17 is even more than 16, which would require you to need that many for the over.
I'm going to go over. I mean, there's a part of me that wants to try to steal a point here, but sometimes you are what you are. And doesn't mean they will lose necessarily. Rob Anderson looked up the stat of Creighton has actually won their last 5 games when they've committed 19 turnovers, which is one of the more dumb random stats I have ever seen.
Yeah, seriously.
The Huskers are playing tomorrow.
Big game.
In a big game against the UCLA Bruins. Bryce Williams points, Nick, over under 18.5.
I'll take the over on this one.
I'm gonna play the under here. Just because.
Okay. I'm going over. By the way, John, when you sent this earlier today, we did not have a line. We do now have a line for this game. And let's see if Nick can adjust it on the fly. Real quick, Nick. Adjust. It's UCLA minus 1.5 at the
Bart
bank
had
tomorrow.
Bart had it basically as a pick'em game. But we will go with the new updated line, which is UCLA minus 1.5. Of course, you can find that line on the Circus Sports app.
Nice.
And I'm going to go with the Bruins.
I'm going to go with Nebraska.
Give me the University of California, Los Angeles.
They're in L.A., Nick, famously. Their head coach said it. They're in L.A.
They are. Florida is going on the road to Kentucky. The Gators are a 1.5-point dog at UK.
Nick?
Chomp, chomp, chomp. That's what they say, right? Gators do that?
I mean, they do say they do the chomp.
Wildcats
which is
chomp
better
too.
than the
They're
chop.
meat-eaters.
Yeah, it's a good point, John. Wildcats can eat as well. I'll go with the home team. It's always tough to go into Adolph's house, as they call it there in Lexington. You can't expect to go into Adolph's house and come out with a victory.
Whoa.
That's what they say, Nick. Adolph Rupp Arena. Give me Kentucky.
I've heard that Dolph is not a big fan of Gators. I will agree with Josh. I think Dolph gets woke on some Wildcats.
We love it.
Or yes, tonight.
Yes.
Wow. We have this might be the first time all year. I mean, year meaning like sports calendar year, not this year, 2025, that we have an NBA game in predictions. We have reached that magical time of year. And we have the Spurs plus 7.5 at my Nuggets.
I thought you were a Kings guy, John.
I'm a Nuggets guy.
Wait, what?
And I'm a Kings guy for now. And I'm always.
You sound like Shane. You have so many teams.
Pick a team. Also, don't pick a team because it's the NBA.
Wow, Nick.
Well, I'm going with my Nuggets.
That's a lot of points. I'm going to go with the Spurs.
I'm also going to take the Nuggets.
People forget about Big Vic, Nick. He's so tall and lanky. No, Victor Wembanyama.
Oh.
Come on, Nick.
Mr. Big Hands.
Okay, well, this game, the first of our NFL games that we are picking, is one that has dual meaning. The Steelers still have a chance at winning the AFC North, but they have to win and the Ravens have to lose. The Bengals need to win and then get both a Denver and a Miami loss to make the wild card. The Bengals are a 2-point favorite. Josh?
I'm going to go with Cincinnati, and I'm going to play this from the angle of the Steelers. Like, I know that they will still be playing for seeding. They will not be playing for a division championship, whereas Cincinnati is full throat. They got to win this game if they're going to make, if they're going to make it to the NFL playoffs, and the other games that involve them aren't going to be played until Sunday. Give me Cincinnati.
Nick?
I will take Renegade. Da, 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 da.
I would, but the Steelers are slumping right now.
Yes, they are.
And I think Cincinnati. I think Cincinnati is going to make things interesting. Now, we'll get to the Chiefs game momentarily, but I'm going to take Cincinnati.
Okay.
As Josh promised, one of the biggest lines we've seen in a very long time is in the other game being played tomorrow. The Ravens hosting the Browns. The Browns are going to be starting Bailey Zappi.
Remember him from the Patriots? He was with the Patriots.
Which I believe is now the 40th different quarterback that they have started since they were reformed in the early 2000s, and the Browns are a 20.5-point underdog at Baltimore. Nick?
It just feels like such a big line. Just feels like
because it is. This is like a
yes. No, I get
line
that.
in college.
Browns.
It's a big line. I'm going to go with the Browns as well. It's just a play on a 20.5 point line can you expect them to cover it? Like, they are playing for something, right? Like, they can't lose. But I also just don't think that they're going to go out and like need to prove that. You know, this has backdoor potential up and down. Give me Cleveland.
Well, as someone who actually was paying attention to the Browns last week,
You were.
because it was one of the games that the Rams needed. Thankfully, we didn't need them. We appreciate you, Minnesota, and Buffalo, and Washington.
Cool uniforms.
No,
the Browns are awful. They're terrible. Ravens are going to win. I think they'll be in such a big lead that there won't be enough room for a backdoor. I'm going to go ahead and swallow those points. Give me the Ravens.
Wow.
Speaking of big points, the Kansas City Chiefs, your defending two-time world champions, are 10.5-point dogs at Denver. Now, of course, we know the Chiefs aren't playing their starters. Patrick Mahomes isn't going to play. We won't see Kelsey. The Broncos obviously need to win this game, and they're a good team anyway, and they should have won the first game. But this is a huge, 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 huge line, and something tells me the Broncos might be a little tight. And remember last year, Carson Wentz played in a Week 18 meaningless game for the Los Angeles Rams, went on the road and beat Frisco.
Sad.
I think the Broncos will win, but I think Kansas City is going to make them sweat it out. So give me the Chiefs and the points.
Nick?
What's one of my favorite things to do, guys?
Play video games.
Yes. Also disrespect the Chiefs.
Oh, that too.
Give me the Broncos.
I'm with John on this one because I think the Broncos will play tight, and I think this game will be closer than it needs to be for no reason whatsoever, and that the Bronco fans will have to sweat things out. Their first playoff appearance, though, happens since 2015. Denver wins. Kansas City covers.
Meanwhile, Tua is not expected to play because, he's got a variety of injuries. I believe this time it's his hip, which is a fancy way of saying he's concussed again.
Yeah.
Wow.
And his dad is probably really angry.
If only there was some kind of device you could wear to protect your head.
Oh, interesting. Good call, Nick.
The Dolphins are only a 1.5-point favorite at the Jets, and it could be Aaron Rodgers' last game ever? ? Nick?
Give me the Dolphins, but I feel weird about it.
I'm going with the Jets.
I'm going to take Miami. Huntley played pretty well last week, and
we like Snoop.
I think the Jets are a tire fire. So give me the Dolphins. Saints and Bucks, and of course the Bucks, if they win, they're the champs. And even if they don't, if the Falcons lose, the Bucks are still the champs of the NFC South. It's the last NFC playoff spot. The Bucks are a 13.5-point home favorite, Josh, against the Saints.
Again, these are huge lines, but the Saints do suck. So give me Tampa on this one. But gosh, that line is just so big.
Yes, I will take Rams legend Baker Mayfield and the Bucks.
As we discussed in great detail yesterday, Josh loves the Bucks and he loves Baker Mayfield. So give me the Bucks and Baker Mayfield in honor of Josh.
I actually do like Baker. I will say that. I do like Baker.
Which would mean that the Falcons are screwed no matter what, if our picks are correct.
Yes.
The Falcons need a win and a Buccaneer loss to win the NFC South. The Falcons are an 8.5-point favorite at home against the Panthers. I'm going to go Atlanta.
I just found out today that the Panthers mascot is named Sir Purr.
Yes.
And I think that's funny. So give me the Panthers and Sir Purr.
Of course you would.
Okay. I'll go with the Falcons because the games are happening at the same time. So I don't know. The Falcons could get up big and the Bucks could be up big, and then they could finally pull their players and they could still win by a lot. Give me Atlanta.
And of course, the big game, the final game of Week 18. It's for all the NFC number 1 seed marbles, and you also get a nice trophy for winning the NFC North. The Minnesota Vikings, a 3-point underdog at the Detroit Lions. Josh?
Man, I've been on the Vikings for the last month or so. I think the wrong team is favored. Minnesota wins. They lock up the number 1 overall seed and their best. Well, no, never mind. This would not be their best regular season record of all time, but it would match the 15 wins that they had in 1998. Give me Minnesota.
I'm going to agree. I think Minnesota's playing better. I think Detroit's defense is a real liability right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Vikings are a more complete team. And if there is a team that can go into the Lions' den, pardon the pun,
nice,
and win on the road, I think it is this Minnesota team. I like Minnesota.
I want the record to show that I'm pretty Vikings pilled right now. The Dolphins aren't doing anything, so I'm adopting the Vikings for the rest of the season. But I think Detroit's going to do it because the Vikings, as we all know, are kind of cursed.
And what are the Lions then if the Vikings are cursed?
A little less cursed.
Interesting. Wow, that's fascinating.
I mean, the Vikings have been to a Super Bowl. But it's been several years, but the Lions have famously not.
I'm feeling, one of my best friends in the entire world, and he might be listening right now, though probably not. It's Friday. His name is Corey. He is a diehard Lions fan. He has been a Lions fan for his entire life. That he could have the best regular season team in his life and in many lives for Vikings or for Lions fans. And John, they could be the 5 seed. Like, that is just so inherently depressing that they could have their best year ever and it still won't matter in the regular season. They still might not win a division. Pretty brutal.
Passing yards between the two quarterbacks, Sam Darnold is a 6.5 yard favorite over Jared Goff. I think Darnold is good, and Jefferson and Addison are going to, and all of those receivers, Naylor. I mean, good grief, name them all. They've got like 5 tight ends. The Rams have none. I'm really jealous. I'm going to take Darnold minus 6.5 against Goff.
I'm also going to take Darnold. I agree with everything John said.
All right, that's triples because I agree. He's going against a defense that is obviously very banged up.
And receiving yards, Justin Jefferson minus 15.5 receiving yards versus Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Oh, let's ride with the Vikings yet again, man.
Yeah, Justin Jefferson feels like the right pick.
I'm going to see if I can steal a point here because St. Brown is obviously Goff's favorite target. And so while I think Darnold will pass for more yards, I think St. Brown will be more utilized. I'm going to take a chance and also take advantage of the extra 15.5 yards that I'm getting. The Mayo Bowl, the Slime Bowl.
Your favorite.
Minnesota, 8.5 point favorites versus Virginia Tech. I'm going to take the Hokies in the points.
Minnesota.
Man, I don't like how much agreeing we're doing, but yeah, I'll go with Minnesota. The Big Ten continues, John. The North rises yet again. Another great win for the Big Ten Conference.
Another big win for the North.
Big win for
Mr.
the North.
Push the glasses up the nose that Virginia.
They're not a northern school. They fought for the South in the Civil War.
Well, Oregon wasn't even around in the Civil War, and yet you claim them as a northern team.
Do I need to show you geography, John? Do I need to show you states and
They're
where
a West
states
Coast
are?
team. They're a Pacific Northwest team.
It's still cold. It snows up there sometimes.
It's weird that the South decided to put their capital right next to the North's capital. If I was the South, I would have put my capital in like Florida.
Interesting. Speaking of snow.
And speaking of snow, of course, we're expecting a snowmageddon. Now, maybe not as much in Omaha as in places south, but we're going to do an over-under at 3.5 inches. This is the Epley measurement as of midnight Monday morning. So we have more or less than 3.5 inches of snow.
I'm guessing, John, that your wife is doubting that this is going to happen. Isn't she someone that doesn't ever believe the meteorologists about anything?
I haven't talked to her about it yet, but yes, I'm guessing that she'll say, yeah, this is all a bunch of nothing.
That's crazy. I'm gonna say that this is a slight over. I do not think it's going to be as bad as, like there are these percentage chances where we could get like 8 inches. I think it's going to be or more than 3.5, but I don't think it's going to be like the worst thing of all time, which will be nice.
As all of us very well know, 3.5 inches is a lot. That is
Nick.
so much. And it's hard for me to comprehend getting any more than 3.5 inches because, again, that's a lot. So I'm going to take the under.
Nice.
I'm going to agree with Josh. I'm going to call it the Missouri River Lake effect snow. I'll say
it doesn't really roll off the tongue.
A bit wordy.
Yeah. Remember, Epley is right there on the banks of the Missouri River. So
Mr. Banks.
I'll say they get a little bit over the 3.5 by the end of Sunday night. And that is predictions for this week. When we come back, it's What's for Dinner, wrap things up, and then I'm headed over there to Five Serve Forum for Creighton basketball tonight against Marquette. Pre-game coverage with Austin Jacobson begins after What's for Dinner on 1620 The Zone.
Didn't get exactly what you wanted for Christmas? Don't return it. Bring it to Saul's instead, and we'll give you cash on the spot. Tired of store credit? No problem. Saul's Jewelry and Loan will pay you cash for your jewelry, electronics, tools, and more. No need to stand in those long return lines. Just head to any of Saul's 5 locations and get cash quick. So don't re-gift this year. Get cash from Saul's.
You'll find it all at Saul's. Saul's Jewelry and Loan. You'll find it all at Saul's. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, last night we dined at Moe's, which is a famous steakhouse here in Milwaukee. It was delicious. You would have liked my my steak last night, Josh, because though
Rare
I
plus?
ordered it, while I ordered it medium rare, I think it was probably a lot closer to your medium, whatever your
Rare plus, John.
Steakhouses have such a hard time getting steak right now. I feel like that never used to be an issue.
Yeah, that's a good take.
And it was good. It was delicious.
Good.
As far as tonight goes, I'm guessing it's Chick-fil-A on the bus.
Oh, that's right. You don't eat before games. God, the game's so late though, John.
John, eat.
Yeah, you got to get some food in. You got to get some calories.
Well,
You need that energy to call the game, John, and call the refs idiots.
Yeah, that's
wait,
true.
I have an update.
Oh.
I have an update. We are going to have pizza shuttle on the bus.
What's pizza shuttle?
If it's the same pizza shuttle that I grew up with in Lincoln during my college days, we've fallen on hard times at Creighton. I'm hoping that the pizza shuttle of Milwaukee is not the pizza shuttle of back in the day in Lincoln, but it says chicken fingers and pizza.
Do you take the pizza shuttle to get to Pizza Planet, like from Toy Story?
Nice. I had pizza shuttle, John, in Manhattan, Kansas, about a decade ago now, which is crazy. And I loved it, but I was also 10 years younger and hammered. So that might have been the reason why I very much enjoyed it that night. I have no idea what I am having. I don't want to have a burrito or a burrito bowl tonight because, John, surprise, surprise, that's what I ended up having yesterday for dinner. I think we might have some leftover pasta, so maybe some pasta. I'm on my own tonight, so, we'll be scrounging. We'll be scrounging when I get home.
As you know, last night, Nick created. I made the butter chicken. It
How'd
was
that
delicious.
Go? Was it good?
It was very good.
All right.
I'm also on my own tonight. I don't know, probably Taco Bell.
Taco Bell. There you go.
Well, that'll definitely keep you warm as the weather gets much colder and we get a whole bunch, well, maybe not a whole bunch of snow, but more snow than we've had in a while. I mean, compared to what we've had the last 11 and a half months, we're getting infinity times more snow.
John, seriously, it was about a year ago now, because I remember some of us did the show from home for the national championship game, and it was like, wow, this really, really sucks. But we had a mild winter otherwise, and we got a little bit of snow on the ground yesterday. I'm guessing that didn't affect you on your drive into Omaha. We had a little bit
I had
of snow.
no idea you even got any snow.
Yeah, we had a little bit of snow, but it was all gone by the time we got home. I mean, it's still in the grass and everything, but man, every time we get a storm, I'm like, why the hell do I still live here? I could move somewhere where it's warm. I like warm. I like it when cold is 50 degrees. That would be a fun life to live.
That is a fun cold.
Like my brother and his wife, they live in Atlanta now. And they're like, oh, it's so cold. Like he asked me recently, John, hey, what do you wear when it's a really cold day? So I'm thinking, oh, what's cold for a run? Like 20 degrees? He's like, like 45. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's not cold. That's normal running weather. That's
Wear a hoodie.
That's shorts and a long sleeve. Sad.
I'd probably wear sweatpants in 45.
Not for a run.
No?
Remember? Add 20 degrees, Nick. That's you got to think about runner's temperature.
I guess I'll learn soon enough.
There
I'm going
you
to
go.
start soon.
That's right. Nick's goal this year, John, is to run. So he's going to run.
Well, he can take over your podcast when you give it up.
No, nice. Thank you, Nick.
I got you.
All right. Very much appreciated.
It'll be called Formula Fridays.
Oh, no. It's back.
It'll be about F1.
Chasing Formula Fridays.
Thank you for the subscribers, Josh.
With Nick Grimm.
All right, that'll do it. Coming up next, Austin Jacobson has a Blue Jay shoot around, and then I will take over 7:30 from Fiserv Forum, Creighton and number 8 Marquette tonight here on 1620 The Zone. And then next week, I guess as much of a normal week as we've had in a while.
Well, and then you'll be gone again on Friday. You'll be gone again on Friday.
Yeah, but at least we'll have a chance to actually, get some momentum built.
All right.
All that other good stuff.
Have a great call tonight, John.
Bye, John.
All right. Have a great weekend. Be safe out there, friends.
Bye.
Goodbye.